end of June.
All right.
What version
Pushing
is
the
this,
magic
7 or
button
8?
This will be patch 7.0.
7, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my roommate is playing.
All right,
a
I
lot
think
of,
it should be appearing
14.
now. I didn't do anything different, by the way. I just pushed all the buttons, then pushed them again. And sometimes
Turn
that's
it
all
off
it
and on,
takes.
right?
Yeah, turn it off, turn it on again.
I'm going to close my web browser. There it is. Okay, I seize it.
So early in Baldur's Gate, there's a scene where your two NPCs, they're not NPCs, they're player characters. They join your party. And they want to kill each other. They hate each other. So there's a scene where they're like gonna kill each other and the player has to intervene. And if you say the wrong thing or like you say the right thing but fail your roll, one of them like, just murders the other one in this like really like tense moment that is completely destroyed if they're both naked.
Again, that's a problem of your own making.
No,
there.
it's
That's
not.
your fault.
Yeah.
It's a problem of the game developer. Like, why give us the option?
If you want it to be
Some people
serious,
wanna
don't
play
make
that.
people naked.
Some
Okay,
people
yeah.
want that.
even if you're right, which you're not even a little bit. Even if you were right, though, like, what's serious about the game? Like, it's the enemy's turn, and it just sits there thinking forever, and the enemy never.
Yeah, no,
ever,
that's really
ever
bad.
takes
You haven't
their
even gotten
turn.
to any of the really bad fights. Like, you're complaining about Chapter 1 shit. Oh, man, I got stuff to tell you about Chapters 2 and 3 for that.
What?
All I'm hearing is that Brick Road does not take news seriously.
Like, we're not taking the game seriously, but I did try to take it seriously, and it threw me out. So like now I'm coming back with a bigger gun. Like, all right, asshole, you're gonna be this kind of game? Great. I'm gonna roll up in multiplayer with my dudes, and none of us give a shit. And we're just gonna dismantle this stupid game. Like, there's a scene where we killed a dog. That was fun. Like, the dog is like, oh man, my buddy died, and he's like laying here. You gonna be nice to me? We're like, no, and we killed it. That's where we're at with Baldur's Gate. It's a lot of fun if you play it that way.
Monster.
Right?
That's why I hung up on Discord, Brick Road. You monster.
He
And then
killed Scratch.
they're like, oh, there's a quest you should go on.
How could you?
Go on this quest. And we went on the quest. And the quest involves killing like 6 monsters that are way too high level. There's no way we're winning this fight.
Where was this?
Stop. Time out. You killed Scratch?
Yeah, fuck him.
Yeah, you did.
You know what?
Okay, I didn't kill him. One of my friends killed him. Well, I didn't have control of the dialogue options in that.
Well then,
I probably would have, though, because who cares? I've got 3 real dogs. I don't need to live vicariously through fake video game dogs. Y'all have watched me kill 1 million dogs in Metal Gear. I don't care.
Okay, I need Raz and McDohl to say something real quick. I think McDohl sounded fine, but I just want to double check.
Brick Road is history's greatest monster. Scratch is a good boy.
No, he's
How
dead.
could you? What is wrong with you, dude? You are the worst. How's that?
So yeah, there's a fight with a pack of gnolls that we went in, and they're like, here's a bunch of gnolls for you. And we're like, we could take care of some gnolls. We could not take care of some gnolls. Wasn't in the cards.
I think I know what you're...
Yeah, Knowles can be pretty rough.
We go through this
Yeah.
whole
Gnolls are-
grueling fight. Everybody's dead
Those
except for
will
me.
ruin your fucking shit.
I'm playing a rogue, so I'm like way against the back wall. So I'm like, okay, at least I can run from this fight, get out of this cave, get back to camp, and revive people. That's my job now. Except I can't take actions anymore. I can move, and I can take both my bonus actions, but I'm not allowed to ever take an action again.
Yeah, it's pretty buggy.
Like,
I can't defend that. I've had a lot of people tell me about a lot of bugs. Like, you're completely right. The game is very buggy.
So this is a bug that was fixed, but in that scene that Brick was talking about where the characters murder each other, the murder happened, and then everything was normal when the next day started and both characters were alive. And then the game patched that out afterward, but it didn't go back and fix our file because we had been playing for a long time after that. So those two characters were just in camp, and they hated each other, but one was technically dead.
I don't think there's anything wrong with enjoying a buggy game. What's my favorite game of all time? Look, it's Final Fantasy 1, the buggiest game ever made. There's nothing wrong with enjoying a buggy game. But
Baldur's Gate 3 is significantly less buggy than it was on day one, but yeah, it's still pretty buggy.
maybe
It's also just a gigantic game.
It is.
By scope, yeah.
maybe it's a little bit our fault that we're enabling game developers to keep releasing buggy games. Maybe
Yeah,
it's
we keep
on us
modding.
a little bit because we keep giving them perfect scores and reviews
I mean,
and ignoring
They-
the bugs.
they could have just left the game as it was. They've released a whole bunch of patches.
Yeah,
to,
they could
like,
have.
address bugs.
Or they could have
Totally.
finished the game and released it not buggy.
I mean, if we didn't live in this capitalist hellscape where money running
I mean-
out was the problem, then sure.
Well, to be fair, like a lot of the
Mm,
bugs, like you can't. That's not tenable for software because you just can't.
I don't
in
know,
a
man.
lab environment, in a lab environment,
hear
you
you.
can't.
But I play a
It's
lot
a
of video
gigantic
games that are
game.
not buggy.
Well-
Deadlines exist for a reason, and that reason is to satisfy stockholders.
Yeah,
and
but I
shareholders.
don't know that any of those games are the same scope as Baldur's Gate 3. Like the game is just fucking
Where-
huge, and the
where's
fact
the-
that
yeah,
it
it's
works at
true.
all is kind of amazing to me as a software engineer.
I mean, Final Fantasy VII only crashed on me twice in 60 hours.
I've only had one crash.
So,
It's a much smaller game. There is much less in 7R than there is in both 7Rs together than there is in BG3.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Like it's very on rails. Like yeah, there's a lot of choices, but like you can resolve a date a few different ways. Whoop-de-doo. You don't have 16 different characters being tracked for all kinds of stuff.
But yeah, they have all. Yeah,
I hear you,
Uh-uh.
but at the same time, I couldn't take actions.
No, that's super. Like
Like,
again, I'm just saying, like, I've had bugs like that too. Like, I've had to just reload my save a couple times because things were messed up in ways like that.
I don't know that I believe sight unseen that software developers are incapable of releasing a product of any scope, regardless of
No,
scope.
oh,
where
no,
basic stuff doesn't
Scope is the thing that will kill you. Scope creep is the biggest thing that will kill you. The number one thing you learn as a software engineering manager is scope creep and adding people to projects are the enemy and must be avoided at all costs.
Here's what you're gonna have to show me evidence of to convince me of.
Yeah.
If you want me to agree with you, I
Yeah.
need to know what about the scope of a game. Like you're talking about how many things there are to do or load in or
Any additional features that get added. If
Sure.
you have
Well,
a game design and somebody comes along and says, "Hey, it'd be really cool if we did this too."
got
and
it.
you
That
add it in.
that's my understanding of scope creep. Now you have
But-
to convince me what part of the scope creep turns your player's actions off.
well, so like
How
there
did
was-
the
there's
bug happen?
obviously. Well, so okay, so the thing is
That's as
You
easy as
have-
just
you
like
have-
adding a feature in
you
combat.
have
Like
10,000 different interactions, right? And they test the game, and there's no feasible way to test every interaction for a bug. So, like, basically, they do like the general consensus for video games is we test what we can, we note what we can, and then we ship it. And again, I don't necessarily agree with this part, right? They write all the bugs down, and then that's what like the day one patches fix. And then after that, like, you have 10 million players doing their own thing, and they're doing combinations of things that there's no way in hell you knew even like you didn't even like consider those combinations.
Okay. That,
Yeah.
that makes sense to me. That's how games like Super Metroid get broken, right?
Yes.
But in this case, we got a pop-up saying like it's okay to run from combat. So I tried to move away from using the game's basic movement engine, the click to move here. At that point, my character the little triangle that says you have an action available never lit up on my turn.
It could have something to do with some variable that was set as a result of some interaction hours earlier.
The
Right,
fact that you're playing
I
multiplayer
guess.
also makes it significantly worse. Most of the worst stuff, both in the bugs and the UI, are the multiplayer is actually kind of a bitch.
And to me, this is all just apologetics. Like,
Brick.
you can't release good software. Like, you can't.
Programming
be done.
is hard,
I understand,
especially when
I get
people
it.
don't take adequate time to write test documents, to consider requirements and testability, and to do all the
I
stuff
just
that
don't
goes
think a
into
bug
designing
like
space shuttle.
I just don't think a bug like that in a game of that scale is indicative of bad software. It's indicative of just like kind of average software.
That's one of the bugs we've experienced. We can't go 10 minutes without seeing something glitchy or weird. We do 3-hour, 4-hour streams, and we've been reloading like 2-3 times. Like this game is really buggy. It's really bad in that regard. It's not just average. Like sometimes your video game crash is bad. It's like if your team can't build a game at that scope to work, maybe reducing the scope is an option on the table.
No, I agree with you there. Like maybe but that's also what Destil is saying. Like they got up to this scope, and they built up to this scope over several years of early access.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but yeah, that's basically what Destil just said. He's like, scope is the enemy.
And I've heard 1,000 different reports about the terrible state of QA in video games specifically, but like the range of action in Baldur's Gate is 0.5% of the range of action in NetHack. A NetHack doesn't crash.
NetHack is open source, and with enough eyes, all bugs become shallow.
So the argument then is to make Baldur's Gate open source.
Yes.
I would agree to that.
I think they should make the engine open source at the very least.
I think
So,
that could be the argument for literally all software, really.
I think
all hands on deck.
the problem I see, it's really clear in the market. If you look at the Baldur's Gate marketing, there's this image that you'll see over and over and over again of just a page filled with 10 out of 10 scores. Perfect scores, game of the century, best RPG ever made.
You see that for every
10 out
game,
of 10
though.
out of
Like,
10.
you're not wrong that Baldur's Gate got more of those than most games, but like every game can dig up a page full of perfect scores.
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate went real far. Like they used it in their marketing a lot.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
So maybe
that's
the
obvious.
question is, why are we giving 10 out of 10 scores to good games that are really buggy?
Because those people
Because
who
there
are
aren't
giving
better,
those-
like there aren't better games that aren't buggy.
the people that are giving those scores are not playing multiplayer, which is a shit show. In every game
That
I've
actually is
ever played.
probably true.
Now wait a minute. The first time I tried playing Baldur's Gate, I had to quit because a bug forced me to lose 2 hours of progress. So like I was playing single player, and I hit a bug that erased progress, and I didn't want to keep playing it.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but I mean, like, the people who are doing these reviews certainly aren't playing the buggier version of it.
I think the people who are writing these reviews get paid by the company to write good reviews. Hey, write us a
that's
10
an
out of 10
entirely
review of
different
Baldur's
thing,
Gate 3.
but-
I think that's what's happening. Because I'm a cynical
The
numbskull.
thing you asked me to do,
Yes.
everybody needs to go up a little bit. But
Everybody.
everybody's volume is pretty on par with each other. Meaning Chris
Everybody's.
is not like whisper quiet.
Okay.
That's impressive.
Oh,
I've
we've
turned-
solved that problem.
Does
So, like-
everybody include me, or do you mean everybody except me?
Yes, including you.
Including
you need to turn yourself
okay.
up a little. You're a little quieter than you usually are.
Okay, I've done that.
We're usually quieter than you across the board, but everybody is about. I'm assuming you turned yourself down a little bit during the.
I have
multiplayer
to-
stream or something.
I have to fiddle with audio every single time I stream. It's a nightmare.
Take a picture of it right now.
It doesn't matter.
Take a
It changes. Everything changes. Everything changes every time. The computers were a mistake. Destil knows what he's talking
Yes. Yep.
Listen, you cannot trick sand into thinking without consequences.
I've gotten that canonized to 2 workspaces now.
right.
Workplaces now, by the way.
I've complained about Baldur's Gate 3. Do we have another 30 minutes to complain about Daggerheart, or should I just sit on that?
No, that was last week.
Daggerheart.
Yeah,
Daggerheart.
Oh,
Oh,
that's-
right, Daggerheart.
That's
I was
gonna be
thinking, what-
ongoing, Raz. We're gonna be
literally
having
was-
more of that.
I mean,
I
if
was
people are going to actually listen to these, like, before the game, it's like, we should change it up.
Can we just
We don't
dial
need
back the
Daggerheart is
negativity?
gross. Part 7.
I was like, what video game is Daggerheart?
It's not negativity. It's objectivity.
I was thinking Daggerfall for a second. Like, wow,
Yeah.
Brick's playing that. There's your bugs, buddy. If you want to start on a slippery slope of when we start giving really buggy games perfect scores, go back to the old Elder Scrolls games.
You know what? You're not wrong. It's
Yeah.
not the Baldur's. It's not their fault that like the system they're working in allows them to get away with that. Like I'm not blaming them. I am blaming them.
Let's talk about a game company called Troika.
When you have a game
No,
that
let's
is
not.
so buggy that it only becomes fun to interact with the bugs, that's how you have to interact with it, which is the Elder Scrolls experience.
Yeah, no kidding.
Daggerheart's
And-
not a video game, but we'll complain about that some other time.
If we were like, if this was edited in post, what we would see is like the 1812 overture with like people and elephants getting launched up into the sky in Skyrim.
Just wheels of cheese rolling.
There are elephants in Skyrim?
Or mammoths or whatever they
Oh,
are.
okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't know if I've ever seen that. I've seen horses get launched into space.
I mean, mammoths and stuff
Spider
will get
horse.
launched up there too.
Spider Horse was the best horse ever.
Spider horse is the best horse.
Did whatever a Spider Horse does.
They do the same.
That's for sure.
They have the same thing over in the Witcher 3 games, to the point where it's become a meme. So like when they did Gwent, one of the cards was like his
Your
horse
horse.
Roach. his horse Roach was like on a roof, and you're just like, how did he get up there? Because that was one of the bugs where the horse could like climb like literal vertical like surfaces and end up places like it shouldn't be. So that's a good meme. I like that one. Let me get I'm buying time to get my characters and stuff up because I closed everything.
Hurry up.
Oh look, there's Nazir's character sheet. How beautiful.
We all know
I
I
think
played
he's
Risk
beautiful
of
now. Wait
Rain.
till he has a wedding ring.
I played Risk of Rain for years and was an advocate of you only win the game when you crash it. So I'm not against.
You brought this on yourself, Brickroad.
I don't know. I'm just used to playing video games that work like north of 95% of the time.
That's because you largely play retro games.
Well, yeah, but like I've played a lot of PS5 games and Nintendo Switch games. Like I play a lot of modern games on consoles, and
I mean, like the thing is the last all the AAA games that I've played in the last 5 years or so have been pretty lackluster from a technological department. Like
Yeah.
It has severe QA problems to the point where I legitimately wait. Like you usually, when you pick up a AAA game, Brickroad, it's usually a year or two in.
yeah. You know what that tells me? That tells me that AAA games need another year or two of development cycle.
Yeah, they do.
I don't disagree
Oh, they
with
probably
that.
do, yeah.
I
So I
don't-
also think that, I don't think that's putting it at about 8 years. And I think, again, we should really look at scope and HD assets. And do we actually need any of this garbage before we start worrying as much about making games that take 8 years to make?
Mhm.
Hey, Treble, did you run into any issues with Persona 3 Reload? Because I
not
haven't
a
had it crash or
single
anything.
one.
Yeah.
Is that a Switch game?
No.
Okay.
PC.
PS. Well, wait, I played it on PC. I don't think it's not released on Switch. I don't.
Just
think.
because there's a much lower technical standards, and that does help on that aspect.
Well, they also built it. They built it on. They converted their Persona 5 engine, and as the Persona 5 assets, and a lot of stuff from that into Unreal 5 is what they built that on. I think it's not the same engine as Persona 5, but yeah.
Even considering Baldur's Gate 3, the most soul-wrenching video game bug I've encountered recently was in Final Fantasy Renaissance. When I got into a fight, and in that game, when the fight crashes, it pops up this orange window that you can't read because it's not on screen long enough, so I don't know what it says. But then it immediately just reloads the fight.
Yep.
Instead of crashing the application. But when it reloads the fight, it also re-rolls the die that determines whether or not the fight is a fucking ambush. So I was one round into fighting, I don't know, sorcerers or something, and then the thing crashed and they ambushed me. That's a BS.
That's what the box says. Like I actually scrubbed through one of your streams to read them because I'd seen that box once or twice.
Yeah.
And I want to know. It says that we ran into a fatal error, and to prevent the game from just hard crashing, we're restarting the fight.
Okay, well that's what it does, but it shouldn't become an I've seen it happen the other way too, where like a turned fight into a preemptive.
I mean,
I
don't know how the game handles persisting memory for its RNG, but what we know it was programmed in?
I don't know.
Was it Unity?
That's the engine it's built in, yeah.
That's C# then, most
Okay.
likely.
It's actually not hard to. It's not hard to make a C# application consistent with RNG. I
So-
can say that much. Across multiple.
Here's my solution. If it
Yeah.
crashes, just re-roll the fight and clear the ambush state. Like force it into like a neutral state. So you
So I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna OOM every time I get out of find a bug to OOM the game every time I get ambushed.
I mean, I did that with Time Mage. Time Mage just has a spell that does that.
Destil, you're also assuming that people developing games are like hardcore computer science people, and nowadays that's not necessarily true.
I think if you're making Final Fantasy 1, you at least care about things like RNG.
Yeah, but not necessarily to the level of detail to ensure consistency across states.
I think if you are making a super love tribute to old school Final Fantasy 1 and you haven't watched a speed run where they're doing a step route, you're probably not making that game.
Renaissance was made by one guy. His name is Brandon. Thank you, Brandon.
Okay, I can ask Brandon what his opinions on RNG are.
You can. I'm in his Discord. I went over there to complain about an achievement I didn't unlock. Who among you has a 100-word summary of the trouble you got into last week?
Spiders.
No trouble at all.
I thought we fought a 7-legged half a spider, but that was 2 sessions ago.
Yeah, it was a couple. Yeah,
we
fought
think
like
we
a
figured out
full
where we need to go.
Time
like
spiders. That's what
we fought a wibbly wobbly timey wimey spider.
Yeah.
You
yeah.
me, apparently.
And then I looked at it and then fell over dead.
That was funny.
Because you're attracted to spiders, yes.
Like I took 10 points over my maximum hit points in damage. I think I took 75 damage.
Because Brickroad didn't foresee this bug that could have occurred when he was programming
a
the fight.
random chance.
Listen, I caught that bug on literally the first instance of playtesting I did with that stat block. The bug became apparent immediately upon playtesting.
You didn't fix it. You left it in there.
We were the playtesters.
You didn't have time.
We wrote in there. You wrote in there working as intended. Later, nerds.
No, I actually fixed the stat block after the session for next time I use that monster. Like I said I was going to. Why are you demonizing me? Why am I the bad guy here?
Because you killed Scratch.
I didn't. My friend killed Scratch.
You're friends with someone who killed Scratch.
Yeah.
You sat there and let him.
Listen, I advocate killing every video game dog you're allowed to kill. I'm not going to let the internet dictate to me what I am and am not allowed to do with fictional animals.
You would kill Torgal given the chance. That's the kind of monster you are.
I tried. That bitch drank all my potions.
That's why you couldn't kill him.
Yeah, there you go.
He had
None
so
of-
many hit points.
None of
Too much
this.
help.
None of this is a 100-word summary of the trouble you got into last week.
We fought time spiders. We
Yeah.
almost lost Benedict to
The time toilet.
I actually thought about that fight a lot, that I would have gotten in if you'd pulled me into the other side. I think there's like a 40% chance I would have made it.
You think so?
Yeah, well, I mean, with the intent of trying to escape.
like if
It all depends on what the monster's will say or wisdom save was, because I have Sanctuary, and I can attack things and then cast Sanctuary after I've attacked, and just do that until I'm out of spell slots if I absolutely had to.
Okay.
Brickroad 6 paragraphs he sent to me because he can't send it to you about his speculation about how that could have gone.
Yeah, isn't that annoying?
I'm just kidding.
When players do that?
I'm
kidding,
sorry.
Razanir.
I'm sorry that I'm enjoying myself and sharing that
No.
joy with others.
I love that you're so enthusiastic, Razanir.
I'm a little
And
too
it's a shame.
enthusiastic.
And it is a shame that Bricker does not appreciate that.
When did I say that?
Mm,
I don't
it was
appreciate
heavily
any
into
of you.
that.
When you sat us down at the table and said, "When I do not appreciate it when you send me random like D&D pages of stuff."
Oh, that's
mean-
right. The first time where I sent you a message and it was like, "Is this okay?" And you're like, "I literally don't care."
Oh yeah, I came up with that one. I came up with that one like a decade ago when I was talking about the library Turn was going to build in the hull on the ship in the first campaign,
That was fun.
which is fine. Like, yeah,
Part of this is I'm gonna make a video series one day of like how to be a successful DM, and like one of the things you have to do is just don't care. Don't care
No,
about
I
your
actually
player
think
stuff
that's
at
really
all.
strong. I think that's a really strong perspective.
I mean, you got to turn it off at some point.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You should
gotta be
care
able to
very
compartmentalize.
little.
There was
Not
a guy.
zero, but yeah.
There was a guy who played games with us back in our 20s, back in the old bad days. We're playing a lot of World of Darkness, a lot of random game systems from all over the map. We had this one guy who was playing with us. He only played with us for a little while, but he was like Mr. Backstory. And Mr. Backstory, what he liked to do, he would get a yellow legal pad and just write pages and pages and pages and pages of his character's backstory. And then once you got into the game, he would use that to justify character, like stuff that he had or stuff that he did. Like he would stop the game and like flip to a page in his yellow pad. And at one point we just had to look at him, and the dude running the game, the same dude who killed Scratch, was like, nobody cares about that. And if you pull out that legal pad again, I'm going to put it in the fucking oven.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me just put away my legal pad here.
Yeah. Mr. Backstory.
No. Please
was-
keep taking notes. It
that-
is.
Your brain cells are needed for all of us.
No, well, to be fair, that's not on the legal pad. That's on Microsoft Word.
So you guys have to sail to this treasure box. And you have to get there without sailing through the salt sea from your position.
Yeah, so something
Yeah.
like this, I assume,
I,
right?
The thing is I already drew the line and you didn't save it.
That means you didn't draw it.
is this like the
I-
timey-wimey stuff that happened last week?
Listen,
So
I'm looking at the map and there's no line. That means it was not drawn.
it was drawn, and
It
then
wasn't.
I drew it before you said I let me save this.
Yeah.
So you did not save it properly, Brooke.
There's no way you can prove any of that.
I have video evidence.
Fake news.
This is the part where
It's a
you were
deep
talking
fake.
about not caring, right?
Yeah. So how many hexes are we going through? How many
I think it's
downtime
like-
days should we resolve?
There's like
I
9
count
or
about 10.
10? Let's do a week of downtime then. 1 week.
Well, let me commune first.
Can somebody roll a d4 for me since I have to redraw this line?
Not
Razor
Sure,
really.
Trouble
four.
is your D4.
You mean draw
Okay,
it for
you
the
Your
first
D4 is a
time?
3 Trouble.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I got a
What?
1.
What, Brick Road?
I mean, you're drawing the line for the first time. Also, you're
My
drawing it
revi-
from the wrong direction. Like, you're not sailing
I-
from the ship.
Listen, time is non-linear in this game.
Is that
I'm trying to hold on. I'm just trying to stay in like the things. Listen to me. You're making me redraw this. Don't. You know what? My revenge will be complete.
You can't
like-
get revenge on me. I'm the DM.
Watch me. Like it won't it won't be in D&D, but one day it'll come.
Oh. But he's gonna just show up with a Molotov cocktail.
And a grin.
What's
This
funny
is
is if he burns my house down, he will have killed more dogs than Scratch. So
Listen, all I know is that this is going on my list of things I'm going to die angry about.
you know what? That list is so long that I've just stopped caring about it. There you go. I've saved the map. So that line is now canonical. Did anybody get a commune? Let's start there.
I did.
All right.
No.
Let me give you credit
No.
for it.
Did not.
And then we'll resolve 1 week of downtime actions. Oh, I gotta delete all these blips that you guys don't actually have anymore. I usually do that immediately after turning off the stream, and I forgot. It's almost like you guys got a bunch of free blips. All right, who got a commune?
Raz did. Or Benny did.
And you're communing with Jenny?
Jenny, yeah.
And what do you want to ask Jenny?
Do you have an opinion on what I should wear to the wedding? I kind of already know the answer. I panicked. I'm sorry. I didn't expect to roll this.
Quicklings tend to dress themselves in like simple like plant matter and thing. They wear lots of leaves and flowers and things like that. They don't tend to spin fiber and make clothes out of that the way that so yeah, she thinks that that's what you should wear, leaves and flowers. And she has no strong opinions about which flowers you should pick.
I might take that into consideration.
She starts suggesting like leaves of like these vines that grow in leaves of 3.
Rick, can I ask you how many blips I have?
Yeah, you can ask me any question you want.
I'm not asking this like a commune. I'm asking this as, can you tell me? Sorry.
I've got you at 37 for the boots after that commune.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Like blips.
Not AP.
Oh.
Yeah. My notes say 6, but my character sheet says 1.
Yeah, I've got you at 6.
Okay. Let me fix this.
And let's just quickly go down the list here. Nazirr, what are you doing for your 7 days of downtime?
Working on training with leather working tools.
Training a skill. Sahn, what are you doing?
Training, investigation.
Okay, learning a skill. Benny, what are you doing with your downtime?
Training Intimidate.
Training intimidates. Training a skill. Nerium, what are you doing?
Bothering Nisbeth.
Wow. Ssah'ra, what are you doing?
I am training Arcana.
Okay.
It's 3 weeks in the brig. Tempered her
No, she hates it.
her attitude.
She's in the brig.
I mean,
It's not exactly a pleasure cruise, yeah.
no, exactly. No, I understand completely.
Yeah, she's in the brig and she blames you 5 specifically.
Nerium just spends all her time in there just talking to her, bothering her, playing music, telling stories.
Tell her that she will stay there until she develops Stockholm Syndrome and really likes us.
That's
How
not
about
me.
don't?
Partway
down.
through your journey to the spot where the other spider temple is supposed to be, Peachberry sounds the alarm. Southling flags are noticed in the distance and moving your direction. 2 ships.
They flying
all
flags
hands
of
on deck.
war? Or...
One is flying colors of a white iris on a green field. The other is flying a very tacky flag that depicts a ship with billowing flags. Flag on a flag. Never a good idea.
Do we recognize them?
I'll let one of you roll me a history check with disadvantage.
I'm proficient in history.
I was just wondering if it belonged to what's his name over in Kovnos.
Legrato?
Legrato,
No,
yeah.
not Legrato. I don't have Legrato's colors in front of me, but they're not his.
6.
6?
Oh, good. We have a
Oh,
hail.
no, 5, actually.
I mean, the only thing you can identify them as Southling flags is that nobody else on the seas flies heraldry. More than that, you cannot glean. These are unknown imagery to you.
Has Double Al, by chance, gotten that cannon set up that way?
He has it dismantled until he can figure out how it works. It's
Okay.
certainly not in firing shape.
Work in progress. I see.
And never will be. I'm
Oh,
not.
too bad.
There will be no black powder weapons aboard this ship in this campaign.
Worth a shot, right?
Is Tenacity expecting visitors?
No, in fact, when Tenacity is made aware of this, she calls you to quarters.
Present.
Is that
Nazirr?
is that what you guys think to quarters means?
I thought she meant she was calling us to like the strategy meeting or something.
I don't know. I know what I see. Me, I know what you're talking about, but
Gonna
these
make McDohl's head
landlubbers over
explode.
here have no freaking clue.
You guys,
My knowledge here is Suikin and 4. I'm sorry.
you guys have been serving aboard a pirate vessel for like a year, and you don't know what it means to be to quarters.
The players
Nobody's-
might not. Benny would.
Well, what do you think? Let's put your heads
I
together.
think-
What's the best idea that the five of you can come up with that you think it means?
We're gonna
Sarai's
we're
get her
gonna
shit
get
ready for an attack.
we're gonna get into position, be ready, and roll initiative.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, I need dice for that.
I guess we all need to roll a d20 first.
Oh yeah, I guess we do need
Who
to.
had initiative?
I think I did it last
week?
session, but I could be wrong.
Destil did
Oh,
it.
that's a
Yeah.
2. So you know what? We're just gonna put this dice in the dice.
Hey, that's a 4.
Hey, someone grab
Yeah.
my d20 in the middle of
I
the
heard a 2 on initiative, nerd. Does that mean
Yeah,
that?
that was me.
two?
I'll do
All right,
it.
Razanir, you're up.
I gotta make the.
Wow, do I want the 7 or the 2? Some advantage.
All right, I got a 11 for initiative. Nerd.
I'm still locking the picture in place. There we go. Okay. Now
Alright.
I will get a new d20, which I will paint.
Oh, I don't have to move my thingy.
All right, I kind of have
That's not
this color coded a little bit.
Ssah'ra, do you want me to go before or after you? I have also 11.
You can go before me in case you decide to like do something with a spell.
Shield.
Okay, these tokens don't go on initiative. They're going to act when the ship acts. So put a marker on 20 for the deceit. Put a marker on 15 for one of the enemy ships, and then put another marker on 5 for the other enemy ship.
Brick, can I manifest powers with like hour-long duration before initiative gets rolled?
Yes, any spell, because you're gonna
Excellent.
have time before the engagement.
Okay.
I want somebody to be in charge of these tokens that I'm putting down, putting names on them. That black one is tenacity.
Sorry,
These-
on 20?
No, I'm
Oh,
putting a
sorry,
token
over
down
here.
on the table because you guys
Pawn.
Okay.
you
Okay.
want to keep track of where these pawns are on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm naming them.
Fog cloud now.
I'm gonna recolor this one to be like grayish, I guess. So that one is Tom. We're gonna do red for Midge.
Oh, if someone else is renaming them, that's fine.
Gonna do green for Gary. I'm gonna do pink for Peachberry.
As it should be.
Let's do
Those are
blue
nice,
for Ronald. We'll do yellow for Phil. And we'll do orange for Noose.
Which party member would you like to take with you? All of them.
As far as this engagement is concerned, Double L and Pantaloons and Noong, I suppose, are non-combatants. Your ship, I mean, I gave you guys the ship stat block over here. If you haven't read it at any point in the previous 20 sessions, here's how it works. On the ship's turn, so on initiative count of 20 is where I'm going to place the Deceit. The Deceit can take 3 actions, choosing from the options below. So if somebody is standing at the helm, and then somebody else is moving the oars, or can use either the oars or the sails. You're not going to have people working the oars unless you designate them. So if you're using the sails, it shows how far you can move and in what direction. You also have ballistas and mangonel. It takes 2 people working one of these weapons to fire. The mangonel, by the way, is up here on the top, and the 2 ballistas are up here on the front. So Tenacity and Tom are going to be placed amidship, kind of in the command structure. It's going to be their job to organize the assault. You've got 6 other NPCs, and I'm going to have you place them where you want them.
Have them on the ballistas.
So I've got...
I mean,
Ssah'ra,
2 each on the siege engines, right?
Ssah'ra and Benny are going to be working this mangonel.
Yeah, at least unless there's a boarding party.
Until they're close enough for us to like do anything, since our range attacks kind of don't exist.
Okay.
Who's the asshole that told them that we had Nisbeth, by the way? Was that Nerium?
Yeah, we can blame Nerium for that.
Which of these have range? Phil's got range attacks, right?
Where is the helm? Because Peachberry should be in the helm. Isn't that like L or something?
No, it's back here behind the mangonel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, put Peachberry there.
What class is Ronald again?
Fighter.
He's an archer.
Archer, actually.
Yeah.
Sure, okay. Go up there in the crow's nest with Sahn.
So before combat, I would like to both manifest mass infusion on my heavy crossbow and also take an action to make my carapace match the color of sailcloth.
Okay.
So this is exactly the reason why I had originally took Unseen Servant, was to run the ores, and then I dropped at this level to pick up Identify. Because everybody's like, Nerium, do you have Identify? And I want you to know that, like, and I was thinking, well, I guess it might never come up that we need a whole bunch of oarsmen. And here, lo and behold,
Benny is going to cast Warning Bond on Nazirr,
So, are we happy with
have
these
that for an
ballistas?
hour.
Where's
Tenacity
Nazirr?
and-
where am I? Okay, I'm down here.
So if we have Tenacity and Phil up on deck to hit things from range, we got Midge and Tom.
Well, Tom's going to be up on. He's
yours.
going to be up on deck. He's part of command. You want Midge below deck?
Well, do we want anyone to work the oars?
No, you need.
I don't.
You need lots of people to work the oar.
We need
Yeah, I don't think that's realistic.
I don't think that's a. That's a
Yeah, that's fine. Midge can be upstairs to heal people.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Midge should be right down the stairs for both healing and repairing things.
Inside the. You want her downstairs or inside?
Yeah.
I
think doesn't really
If
matter.
there's a whole breed, well, how long does mending take? It's like a minute, isn't
10
it?
minutes. Might be it's a minute. You're right.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
minute.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, we'll just get her to work on that if that's crucial.
Now, the various components of the ship, the helm, the sails, the ballistas, the mangonel, and the hull, each have their own hit points. To scudder the ship, you have to reduce the hull's hit points to 0. If they, for example, target your helm, either the wheel or the rudder, and deal 50 hit points of damage, the ship can no longer move, or the ship can no longer turn. If they damage the sails, the ship can no longer move. If they damage your ballistas, the ship can no longer fire them. So up at the top left here, I've got the deceit in one square, and we're going to call each of these squares about 100 feet. What's the effective range of the ballistas?
200, 800.
I have a strategy.
Yeah, let's start at 800 feet out.
Can we do something really stupid?
You can do anything you want on your turn.
I would like to send Nerium and I guess somebody else out on a rowboat over to the other ships and just have her paint a giant friggin' hole in their hull so they sink.
Okay, you could do that.
I mean, that's very dangerous for Nerium.
So at about 800 feet out, one of the 2 ships, the one with the iris on the heraldry, uses a magically amplified speaking spell to issue demands to you. They identify themselves as leal and legal privateers of Melvin Ponce. That you are entering into Southling waters, and basically they're going to ask you for tribute in the form of gold or magical apparatus, or be sunk. They're trying to pirate you.
Shall we send our message? And Benny
LOL.
chats the handle of the mangonel.
So, like, Nerium makes a, Nerium is going to ask for permission from Tenacity, because this is a combat situation, for the permission to respond.
Yeah, Tenacity will leave that responsibility to you if you like. And then
Okay,
we'll come
I
in on the
make
Deceit's first turn.
Okay, giant, I use my free casting a silent image to make a giant middle finger appear in the sky.
Okay. Before you
And
send the
I-
response, I want to make it clear that both of these ships are bigger than yours. At this distance, that's about all you can see. Peachberry, on her turn, I'll let her take an action to determine like the number of armament and whatnot that each one has.
I mean, like, obviously, like, Tenacity's not gonna. She's not surrendering, is she? Like, if she says, "Okay, we'll surrender," then I won't do that. But
No,
otherwise,
absolutely not. This,
oh, okay. If the thing is like we're not surrendering, then giant middle finger in the sky.
yeah.
Yeah, like I will take a bet on a 17th level warlock versus ship any day of the week.
That's kind of the idea here, is that these are regular ships with regular stat blocks. You are a ship with a pack of D&D heroes living on it.
Yeah.
So let's see.
You got
how
like
it
3
goes.
packs of D&D heroes, honestly. 2.5.
So on the Deceit's turn, that's when you can take all of these ship actions. That's going to tie up everybody who is taking those actions. Does that make sense? Like in this state, on this turn, if you decide to fire the Mangonel, then Ssah'ra and Benny, you're not getting actions until your next turn. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
You
can
for
still-
things
you can
like
still take
reloading,
reactions.
etc. That's just all wrapped into fire.
Exactly. I'm not.
Okay, cool.
That's why it takes two of you. One of you is aiming and firing. One of you is reloading the Mangonel.
Okay, got it.
Unfortunately, they're not like Sahn's crossbows that reload magically for no reason.
He has extra hands. It's fine.
Yeah, there's no magic involved.
Sahn's extra hands would not help him reload a Mangonel faster. So you've got 3 people up here at the ballistas, but it is going to take 2 people to fire a ballista in a round.
I thought it was just one person fire ballista.
No, because you need 1 person loading it and 1 person aiming and firing.
Oh, well, yeah, somebody else should go up there then.
Does
So Nazirr's
guidance
done.
apply to these attacks
Yeah.
using a ballista?
As long as you're not using your action to fire, you can use your action to cast guidance. Absolutely.
Guidance isn't
It's not attack rolls.
an attack roll.
Mhm.
You need bless.
All right.
Wish I'd prepared that today.
So at this distance, what you've determined is that
No.
Peachberry believes at least one of these ships, both of which are labeled ship number 1. That's not at all confusing.
Got ship number 1 and ship number 2 on the.
Ship number 1 and ship number A.
There we go.
The ships themselves outclass your kit. They're faster. They're better armed. She's going to have to use an action on her turn to learn more information about the enemy ships. But Tenacity's already made the determination that fleeing this engagement is not an option. You're not going to be able to outsail them. You're in the open ocean. There's nowhere to go to ground.
Actually, can I switch with Ronald real quick?
Yeah, switch whatever you want. Once we take the first action, I'm going to lock everything in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to have telepathy range to the helm.
Okay. I am also I'm going to hand wave like facing rules. There are rules to model that sort of thing. Any armament aboard your deck of your ship can hit any part of their ship as long as their ship is in range. I'm happy to streamline that much. Starting on the Deceit's turn, you are 800 feet away from each other.
Sorry, what's the range on the mangonels again?
800.
800.
That's the max range, so we're at disadvantage.
Yeah,
but-
you're disadvantaged if you're firing at that range.
If we have permission to fire,
Yeah, you do. It's-
Benny's gonna pull the lever.
Yeah, here's our answer.
So all of your spells have been cast at this point. There's a big middle figure in the sky.
And now there's an incoming. Hey, Benny, you want to light it on fire first?
I mean, I don't know. Sure. All right, I'm rolling because we know how Chris will roll.
So I need to know which ship you're targeting and what part of the ship you're targeting.
So I was just gonna go. It's 800 feet away. I'm gonna target ship number 1, the ship.
You can target the hull, the helm, the oars, the sails.
Well,
their
I've already
armaments,
rolled.
their ram or their crew.
I've already rolled, and that was what I was gonna do. Was just target the hull.
Target the hull. Okay.
And with disadvantage, I have a 23.
Okay. 23 will hit.
Yeah.
So now you're going to roll damage for the mangonel, which is in your stat block here.
Yeah, 5d10.
Too bad you can't smite.
And it's not a melee weapon.
I know. That's what I was saying. Too bad you can't.
So that is 26 crushing, bludgeoning damage. Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a damage threshold on the hull?
There is, but you don't know
There
what it
is.
is until
Okay.
somebody. It would have to be Peachberry because she's the only one who has eyes.
Yeah.
Ours
Benny,
is 15, so I bet it's like 20 or something.
aim for the soft targets next time, Benny.
Yeah,
Got
you score a hit with your flaming mangonel stone against their hull.
Does Peachberry have to spend her action to get the ship to move into combat, or is that automatic and she just has to spend actions to steer or to observe?
If you want the ship to move this round, then Peachberry has to move it because she's the one at the helm. And if
Okay.
she does that, she doesn't have an action to.
Can we get
use
someone else just to at the helm then retroactively? Like, can Midge drive the ship since Peachberry is going to be our eyes?
Yeah, Mitch could do that.
Does it require water vehicle proficiency to drive?
No, I'm not going to worry about that.
Okay. I was gonna say because I have water vehicle proficiency.
Yeah,
'Cause,
same
like-
with Nazirr.
It's in some cases in like actual naval engagements, they would just tie a rope
Yeah.
around it. All right, so ballistas are not in firing range. Would any NPCs like to take an action, or would you like to move the ship? Let's start there.
Yeah, let's close.
So you're gonna move.
Let's have Midge spend her turn to move by the sails full speed. Are we with or against the wind?
I'll say you have the wind.
So we get to move. We get to close 50.
50, so that puts you onto the line here. Each of these squares, I'm gonna say, is 100 feet.
Yeah.
You started the engagement 100 feet out, or 800 feet out, because that was the effective range of your mangonel. And then, yeah, if
I
any of
think
these-
Peachberry wants to magical spyglass.
So go ahead and let me drop her stat block in here because that's going to be.
Does she need to be in like her special spyglass room for that?
No.
Okay.
Peachberry, she has her magical spyglass, but also remember she just has incredibly good eyesight.
Yeah.
So just so I'm aware, I'm assuming the plan is to get as close as we can, and then assume that because we are D&D protagonists, we can just take them in close quarters.
We should thin them out first. if we
Oh,
can,
I'll
but,
answer
yeah.
that question like this: if you can't do that, you're dead in the water.
Right, but I was just asking like the other crew, because that sounds like what Destil's doing by like closing. We're not going to outrun them, so
Get close
Yeah.
enough
Right
to
in
get you
and
guys
then
over there to do
charge.
shenanigans. So
Yeah.
I want Peachberry to go ahead and make me a perception check, and I want like which part of the ship does she want information on?
oh, okay. I was like, where does her stat block? You pasted it in the
I
wrong
pasted it-
chat.
Oh, did I?
You pasted it in general.
You
Oh
did.
God, I've ruined everything. There, it's in there correct.
Things is leaking.
Oh God, no, that's just the. Oh my, I. There we go. Okay, now you have Peachberry stat block. So
It's
I'm
like
gonna call
plus
this.
6.
I'm gonna call this DC 10. For every 5 you get, I'll let her ask about one more thing about their ship.
So +6 with advantage.
I'll roll it.
Yeah, somebody should roll it at some point.
Okay.
You said she had +6 with advantage, so she got 21, so she gets 2 pieces of information.
I'll give her 1 for 10, 1 for 15, and 1 for 20.
Okay.
So you can ask me about 3 things about their ship.
Damage threshold.
Damage threshold for the hull.
Well, it's just I'm. That was a suggestion.
Oh, should I be? Okay, let's go with longest range. Any long range armaments on ship 1?
Yeah, both ships have 2 mangonels.
Medium range armaments on either ship.
Both ships have 7 ballista.
Okay.
Whew.
And personnel with ranged weapons on the decks.
Standard longbows, most like.
Good, like a count?
Accounts?
Yeah, like how many people? How many archers do we think they might have?
Both ships are fully crewed, and if she had to guess, she would suggest that any of them would be capable of picking up a longbow.
Okay.
So you can, once you're in range, you could, if they decide that longbows are more effective than their other armaments, you can count on a hail of arrows coming down.
Right, right.
But they're firing against the wind, even though that doesn't matter at all.
Does Nazirr have his fog spells prepared?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so who's next? That was everything that the deceit wants to
have to
do.
be much closer to put him on, though.
So let's try to speed through the initiative order until we're inside of an effective range we want to be at, where people can do stuff. So who's next after the deceit?
Nazirr, followed by ship 1.
Nazirr
Sorry, I'm typing.
did not take a ship action, so you can take your own action if you want.
Oh yeah, Oh yeah, ballista. Let's see. Here we go. Still too far. Still too far.
How many crew does the ballista take?
2.
2.
Each one to fire takes 2.
Okay.
If only this airship thing worked. Weird.
If only.
Yeah, get the chain on that.
Is that what you think is broken on it? Is a chain?
Sure.
Dodge right now.
Dodge. Who's next?
Next is ship number 1.
Okay. The thing is... Oh, no, I do have... Okay, he's going to move forward 15 and fire both mangonels. So I've got a 22 to hit you.
What target?
Sails.
22 will hit.
And a 10 to hit.
10 will not hit.
I get to roll all my d10s.
Can I use a reaction to reduce the damage?
You're not standing anywhere near the sails. How would you do that?
Psychic shield.
Psychic shield? What's the range on that?
I'm looking it up. Protective field. When you or another creature you can see within 30 feet.
Well, it's not attacking a creature, it's attacking an object. It's attacking the sails.
Okay.
I would say if you were physically on the sails, I would allow that. 30 points to the sails. So you guys could just write the damage on your sails here. You start with 100. You just
I already have the little token here, so 30.
Oh yeah, that's smart.
Yeah, it's
And
really
My
good.
first rodeo.
we lose 10 feet of movement if there's no...
Yeah,
Thing to
the
it.
movement speed is reduced.
Then your other mangonel stone crashes down into the water.
The water.
And it's going to use its third action to move again. So it's moved 30 feet forward. I'll put it right before this line here. That's that ship. Who's next?
Next is Benny, who passes. Ssah'ra, who passes. Sahn, you're up.
Well, I am going to use my movement to get out of the crow's nest because this is obviously a place that I don't want to be in a couple of rounds. I'm going to move to the edge of the deck, and I'm going to twiddle for the cloak, which means I'm going to manifest shape water to make symbols appear in the water alongside the ship.
What symbols?
Because I can't dodge.
Middle fingers.
Oh, okay. That was Sahn. Who's next?
Next
Oh,
is
and I'm
Benny.
going to psychically tell Peachberry, give me a soft target once we're under 400.
Next is Nerium.
Let me think.
So
Do I?
Miriam's gonna
think-
row in a boat over there and paint a hole on their hull.
No. Not right now for sure. We're still too far away.
You can go invisible.
We're like several hundred feet away.
How fast do you think she swims?
I wonder. Can I use a 15 by 15 foot illusion? I'm not sure if that would be. I don't think that's big enough to really disguise anything on the to like give them a confusing target.
15-foot cube?
Yeah, it's a 15-foot cube.
That's bigger than the ballista. Right, those look like they're about 10-foot cubes.
Okay.
What would you like to do with your imaginary ballista?
I think at this point I'm just going to give Sahn, myself. Actually, what's the range? 30 feet? 5, 10, 15. Nazirr, myself, and Sahn. The three of us get. I'm going to cast a level 3 aid, so you get 10 additional maximum hit points. For now.
Okay.
Was that an aid for?
Yeah, your max hit points goes up by 10.
Okay.
Is that it for Nerium?
Yeah, that's the. And then Sahn, take a bardic inspiration die.
Thank you. That's a metal 8 these days.
Yeah.
And it can be used for attack or damage.
Just
For
attack.
Attack rolls or damage spells.
And then when I miss, I don't use it.
Correct.
Excellent.
All right.
And that is
that
the
it?
end of my turn. Yes.
All right. Next is ship number 2.
Ship number 2 can move twice. And fire some mangonels at disadvantage.
All right. So that puts me at 77 hit points.
That's a 10 to hit.
Select a target.
The sails.
Miss.
And a 13 to hit.
13 will hit.
Ooh.
I see. I should have Shield of Faith the sails.
Should have hit their sails.
22 points of mangonel damage crashing into the sails.
48.
Well, we don't need to hit their cells. Like
We're trying
Yeah.
to close. on
Yeah.
them. Yeah.
Yeah, go for their siege weapons.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
was ship
yeah.
number 2. Ship number 2 has the flag with the boat with the flag.
Go for their ballistas.
Boatception. Yeah.
do the
Well, I'm-
flags on the boat in the flag have little boats with flags on them?
You can't get close enough to see, but maybe.
Treble, why do you say things?
Who's next?
Where's the inception noise when you need it?
Next is the deceit.
All right.
That hurt my soul.
Technically,
Alright.
Deceit only is supposed to have, I think, 2 actions, but I'm going to give you the full 3. Let's just... Because it says
Alright, so-
you need 20 crew to take 3 actions, but there's not 20 pirates on this boat.
where should we target? You said mangonels?
I would say the ballistas. Ballistas
Yeah,
are
we'll probably be out of Malganel range faster, like
Yeah,
before we get them destroyed. So
Yeah,
let's
we
start whittling down the
We have to get
ballistas.
all the way down to 60 feet for mangonels, and it's 5d10 damage.
Yeah, but they have a bunch of ballistas, and if we try to cross over, they're gonna make us pin cushions.
If
Yeah.
we can't move because the ship is stuck, they don't have to come within 60.
They don't know that.
All right, I'll target the ballistas if that's
Okay.
what people want.
Each ship has 7 ballistas.
Let's start on ship number 1.
All right.
Do I need to roll any?
I've rolled 1 poor dice out of 4. I have a 7 to hit.
7 will not hit.
Next.
We have. I'm gonna do Peachberry's perception again.
Well, is the ship going to move at all? You've only taken 1 ship action.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should move.
Well,
You can
Yeah, we
currently
need to
move
move.
30.
Oof.
Yeah. This is why I was concerned about shooting the mangonels.
So the ship advances 30 feet. We'll say that's like this.
okay, this is a lot. Confusion.
You still have 1 more ship action.
We can't double move without oars, right?
I don't see why you can't.
Oh, let's move another 30.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
move as much as you can.
Yeah, let's absolutely move another 30.
So I'll move you guys up to about here.
All right. So for the perception, I got a 16. So that's 2.
Yeah, I'll give you 1 for 10 and 1 for 15.
I would like to know any obvious spellcasters on their decks,
Mhm.
like people in robes or regalia. For the way Southlings would definitely not just have spellcasters like dressed as fighters that are hiding sticks behind their back. They're not that smart.
Gank the people with the tallest hats.
She reports nothing of the sort. She does not
And
expect
then
you to find
any
magical
exotic
options.
weapons, like exotic ranged weapons.
What else were you saying, Brick?
Exotic ranged weapons?
Yep.
No, other than ballista and mangonels, look like they don't have any other armaments.
Okay, I think that's good for Peachberry.
Okay.
What were you saying about the spellcasters? Nothing obvious, but something.
Peachberry doesn't think you'll come up against any magical opposition with these ships. That's the deceit's advantage to press if you can press it. All right, so that's
Yeah, what's the range on Fireball?
That's
It's
it.
range on Meteor Swarm.
You don't have anybody that can cast Meteor Swarm, I hope.
Yeah, if Peachberry can cast that, we need to bring her on every adventure.
Who's next?
Next is Nazirr.
Let's see. Yep. He's going to take out his going to take out a special golden laid vial that he that some might say that he stole from
Just one would say.
what's his nuts? Grox Arcanus might have stolen from him. And he's going to cast Summon Elemental.
Okay.
Into the water.
Summoning a water elemental?
Yeah.
All right. Here, I will tell you what. I'll give you a little tiny blue token here. We'll shrink him down. We'll make him a little tiny boy. There he is.
Yeah. Sounds
Oh,
good.
he's cute.
And then he's going to double move 80 feet.
Okay. So yeah, I'll go ahead and round that up to about 100.
What is the summon regular water elemental?
So the goal is, so this is a regular water elemental with a standard water elemental stack block.
There's the according to the spell here, it's an elemental spirit.
Do you have a
With,
stat block associated?
I do have a stat block for
Okay.
it.
So what's the goal? You're sending my boy out there to just start punching their deck?
Wrecking shit, yeah.
Go over there and try to put a hole. Okay. Yeah. On their ship's turns, I will give them rolls to determine whether or not they can see. Actually, no, I won't. This element will be completely invisible in water unless the stat block says otherwise. I don't see how they would be able to spot this elemental in the water at all.
Yeah,
Okay.
Right.
and he's got a 40-foot swim speed, so he can dash to 80.
And you can move this creature before or after your turn at your discretion, whichever you prefer.
Yep.
Who's next?
Yeah, I was doing it after just to.
What?
Okay. Next is ship 1.
Okay, let's go ahead and move forward 30 feet. We'll say that's like this. And fire some mangonels at your sails. I have an 8 and an 11 to hit your sails.
8 will not hit. 11 will not hit.
Okay, so the 2 stones just crash into the water. Who's next?
Next is Sahn.
Sahn reaches into his pack, knowing a good thing when he sees it, pulls out a large bag of salt and pours it onto the deck as his action.
So you're doing the salt elemental?
It's going to take another turn to use my conjuration stone, but yes, I've been carrying this around since the Saltberg.
All right.
Excellent. Next is Nerium.
Nerium is going to. Sorry, I just saw Mott's art about the giant middle finger.
Oh, I have
Yeah.
to see that. Yep.
Yeah, that's a giant middle finger. Thank you, Mott.
Thanks, Mott.
I am going to just give I'm looking at my traits and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I am just going to dodge for now. I don't really.
Okay.
Actually, hold on. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So basically, I'm here. Going to step up here and dodge.
Okay. As long as you're
Next
happy
is-
there. Here we go.
Next is ship number 2. Oh, that's what that was. I was like, what happened?
Artist's rendition. Of this.
Oh, my
Remarkably
goodness.
accurate.
Go ahead, just move this
Excellent.
down here as a reminder of what's happening.
By the way,
I love
this in the chest when we're done with it.
I like that it's also kind of a skull.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's fantastic.
Thank you, Mott. This is
Next is ship number 2.
ship number 2 is going to do the exact same thing ship number 1 just did. It's going to sail forward a little bit, then it's going to try to hit you with mangonel stones. That's going to be a 17 to hit.
Is that sails?
Yes.
That'll hit. Yeah.
And a 7 to hit.
7 will not hit.
26 points of damage to the sails. How much sail do you still have?
Not
22 of 100.
Getting there.
One more good hit like that, I'll take it out.
All right, that was ship number 2.
Yeah.
What's next?
Next is the deceit.
Next is the deceit. Deceit me, boys.
Do we just want to move?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll allow
Because
move.
we only have 60 at this point if we do move.
So
Yeah.
60, I will round that up to about here.
Yeah.
Any NPCs on the deceit? Except for
What's
Midge.
What's our range right now?
I'm sorry?
What's our
About
range?
550.
Yeah, each of these squares I'm counting 100 feet. So you're about 450 to 500 feet away.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
3, 4. Yeah.
500.
I'd like to do another perception with Midge after that.
You mean with Peachberry?
Oh yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
Peachberry. Yep.
Give me that roll.
That's 26.
26. I'll give you 10, 15, 20, and 25 on that. So 4 questions.
Where are the commanding officers? Are they on the decks?
Not in evidence on either deck.
Okay.
Not above deck.
Do they also have melee weapons? Are they all Marines with cutlasses?
Oh yeah,
In
swords,
addition to their longbows? Okay.
clubs, billhooks, that kind of thing.
If anyone else has any ideas, I think I've got most of what. Like, I don't know. I don't have any other good ideas for questions.
I'll fill
Damage
in.
threshold for sales.
Sales typically don't have a damage threshold. Their hull
Okay.
has a damage threshold of 20.
Okay.
They also have a naval ram aboard each vessel. Which can be used to ram your ship. That's something that they have that the Deceit lacks.
That's scary.
Sounds like we'll have a ram after this.
So that was Peachberry. Who's next?
Do we have any other crew actions? Otherwise, next is Nazirr.
Yeah, I mean, we're still 500 feet away, so I'm not sure if they can do anything.
No, all I can do is move my elemental 80 feet closer.
So we'll move him up to about here.
Maybe the crew should dodge and get ready for a...
Yeah, I'm gonna dodge.
So this is a question. This might be too late to do this, but at some point in the past, I think this was when we were in the ballroom.
Mhm.
Somebody cast a enveloping fog spell around the Deceit. Who was that person, and can that be done again?
Double Owl probably orchestrated that, and you could do it. The problem then becomes they'll just keep firing mangonel stones into the fog. They already know you're there, and you can't escape it, basically.
I'm aware of that. I'm trying to grant other sources of mitigation
Mhm.
while we approach.
Well, at this point they're rolling at disadvantage against you.
Yeah, I didn't think I could make that any better.
We can't get double disadvantage.
Okay, that was just a thought I had.
We can
Okay.
just ask Brooker to stop rolling so damn good.
Yeah, stop rolling d20s.
I missed twice last
know.
round. So that was
next is ship 1.
ship 1. Move
Yeah.
ship 1 30 feet. And I'm going to roll 4 20s. Here they come. That's a 10 to hit
And it's not hit.
and a 14 to hit.
14 will hit.
Okay. For 25 points of damage.
That's it for the
Okay.
sales.
The sails are kaput.
So there's a sickening crack as the main mast splits and the sails and rigging come down upon the deck. At which point, the booming magical voice returns. So you're dead in the water.
Zir mutters under his breath, like hell we are.
Surrender and dismiss your obscene gesture.
I mean, the obscene gesture probably went away a while ago because
No,
it's
it's-
only got a.
It's still there. It's funny. So
It's fun. So it's funny. It's still there. Okay.
no, what's the
It just
duration?
grows even bigger.
What's the duration on the obscene gesture? Was it just there for a moment?
I mean, it would have basically been there until we moved out of range,
Oh,
which
okay,
would have been
gotcha.
because it's only basically the first time we moved it would have faded out as we stepped out of range.
Well, then the order becomes to surrender and arrange recompense for your obscene gesture.
What's the worst they're gonna do? Board us?
That was ship 1. Who's next?
Next is Benny. So I didn't actually take an action. None of this is useful.
Can the party members fire the siege weapons independent of the ship, or does that have to be a ship action?
It's a ship action.
It has to be done as part of a ship action.
Okay.
Benny's gonna hold position and. Am I allowed to dodge? That's just Sahn. I can't dodge. I'll dodge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Next is Ssah'ra.
Are we basically done firing the mangonel, Benny? We're just gonna use all our. Well, we can't move now, so
We can't move now.
Well, you can't move with the sails. You would need enough crew down there to move with the oars.
Yeah, which would be like how many crew? All of us?
10.
Everybody would
Okay.
have to go down below deck and row, basically.
So again, I
Yeah,
have
let's do that.
identified now, but at what cost? This is on you guys.
Ssah'ra,
Yeah, I think
dodge.
Ssah'ra's
Damn.
gonna dodge this turn.
Dodge. Okay, who's
She's
next?
gonna prepare for ballistas to be unleashed.
Treble being all catty about it now.
Next is Sahn.
I pull the Salt Elemental Conjuration Stone out of my pack and shatter it into the pile of salt I've lowered onto the deck.
Okay, do you already have a stat block for that?
Beyond doesn't have a stat block for Salt Elementals. I don't know where that came from.
There is a salt element. I recall this because I remember we made the joke about like salt elementals being all like monks are bullshit. There's one in your Tome of Beasts.
I think I probably just modeled it using.
I think we just used an Earth Elemental, right?
Yeah, it's just salt, but yeah, that's what we did, I think.
Yeah.
So
Can that move through salty water, or is it landbound?
I would say typically it couldn't, but you are in especially saline water, sailing around the Sea of Salt. I'll say that the Salt Elemental can move through the water. It's got a swim speed.
Excellent. I'm gonna send it on over, so it'll double move 60 feet.
All right, I'm gonna give you another little boy. Salt Elemental is gonna be green. We'll shrink him down.
Oh, he's so small.
Down there. And we'll start him out back at the ship here. And he can only move 60 feet when he dashes.
That's a double move, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, 60 feet.
And I picture just walking across the ocean with like little saltbergs forming under his feet, because that's cool.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. We'll go with that. I'm okay with that. Definitely much easier to spot though
Oh yeah.
than the water.
Look, it's 126 hit points that won't get directed at the ship or us.
That's a good way of looking at it because that's probably exactly what will happen. Is that it for Sahn?
Yeah.
All right. Who's next?
Next is Nerium.
Nerium looks over at Nazirr and says, "Can you put a fog bank down, and then I'll drop a."
I'd lose the elemental.
Oh, that's okay. In that case, never mind. Nerium is then going to say, "Keep up the good work," and she's going to run over to Sahn, next to Sahn, and basically let me know when you want to go full stupid.
Yep.
That's
Because yeah, like basically Peachberry has vortex warp, and Nerium is going. You've already got a dice, right?
Yeah.
Because they last 10 minutes. Does anybody else want? Ssah'ra.
I might want one to save my concentration.
Yeah, give it to Nazirr.
Give it to Nazirr.
Yeah, Nazirr. Okay, Nazirr.
Yeah,
Take a D8,
I'll take it. Thank you.
and that is the end of my turn.
Okay. Who's next?
Next is ship number 2.
It's going to move and fire its mangonels.
Target.
Probably at the salt monster.
Looking for a 17.
I have a 19 and an 8.
19 does it.
$28 points of mangonel damage.
Okay.
How
Crashing
many
into the
hit
walking
points is
salt.
that? Or do you want to track that?
I've got it.
Okay. I don't need
All right, so that's ship number 2, and I think that brings us back to the top.
back to the seat.
So the deceit.
Oh, it's
sails-
resistant to bludgeoning, by the way, so that's only 14.
Oh yeah, that is bludgeoning damage from the mangonel.
Okay.
Magic mangonel stones. Should have seen it coming.
All right, Ssah'ra, what are we doing? We can't move. So we fire. I assume
We're gonna fire the mangonel.
Yeah.
What would,
Target.
what would you like to target?
Why don't we target their ballistas?
Yeah, we can do that again. Do you
Okay.
want to roll?
No, I can't right now.
Okay.
He's taking a bath.
I have a 14.
Will not hit.
2 more actions.
Yeah, you do.
Well, I'm telling everybody else.
I mean, what else can the ship do with the sails taken out? Like, we're out of
Yeah,
range for ballista, right?
Ballista is.
We have
480.
long range,
Oh, we
Yeah,
have
for
long
two-
range on ballista.
Oh, we're
Yeah,
at
for two
480,
ships,
yeah.
we should be in range for the ballistas.
but like we'd still be
Disadvantage, but I mean, you could fire it.
would still be better to fire the mangonel.
We already did.
We already did.
Oh, you can't take the same thing over and over again?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think we
Yeah,
fire both
movement.
ballistas at their ballista.
Okay.
Yeah. At disadvantage.
Oh, we're firing the mangonel at disadvantage as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything's still at disadvantage for now. Until you're within 200 feet.
All right, so for the ballistae, that's 8 to hit on the ballista. Ballista on ballista violence, that's a 9 to hit.
9 misses.
Yeah, it sucks.
Ship combat never goes well for us.
So that's the
We're
deceit.
good adventurers, just not good pirates.
Any other
Let's
NPC actions?
2.
Or are we done with those?
Are we
I
done?
don't think there's anything else we need to look at,
So-
right?
Okay.
Is
Who's
there
next?
any chance that Tenacity has like Eldritch Blast with super extended range?
No, she does not.
Okay.
Next is ship number 1.
Once she's within range, she
You
can
sure about
fire
that? Hold on.
Wait, I thought you fired the.
I did, but I have an elemental who can move another 80 feet.
Okay.
it. So you're moving the elemental forward.
Yep.
About 80 feet, making its way up. Very good.
It's way down to...
Who's next?
Okay. Next is ship number 1.
Okay. Sail forward 30. Yeah, let's bring down this salt elemental. Not with these rolls. That's a 9 and a 13.
No.
Okay. That was ship number 1. Who's next?
Next is Sahn.
Manifest. Hydrokinetics to make symbols in the water.
Okay. Who's next?
Next is Nerium.
Nerium is going to pass out another bardic inspiration die to Ssah'ra.
Okay. Who's next?
Next is ship number 2.
All right. Attacking the Saltbert. Oh, there's 2 20s that I have to throw away.
I
Oh,
should have brought this
darn.
thing out at the beginning. We'd still have our sails.
That's going
Right.
to be a 17 to hit and then a 24 to hit.
Those are both hits.
All right, but he's taking half damage from the mangonels because they are bludgeoning.
Yep.
$31 from the first stone.
Yep.
18 from the second stone.
You got it.
All right. That was ship number 2. Who's next?
All right, next is the deceit. Ssah'ra, are we firing?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
should fire on their
Yeah, you
ballista.
Okay. Okay, we're firing at their ballista. I'm using your bardic die, unless you're here and want to roll.
No, it's fine. You can use it.
Some kid in
Uh,
the driveway annoying my dogs.
I have 13 to hit.
13 will not hit.
Their ballista. Okay, we get to keep this. Someone else?
Fire both ballista.
Yep.
Ballista on ballista violence.
Basically. It's a 9 to hit.
9 will not hit.
12 to hit.
12 will not hit.
Find out that thing's AC eventually when we're, sinking.
Just working the way up. It's the last thing
We're
Pete
cross-
Curry sees.
We're crossing out all the numbers, yeah.
Who's next?
Nazirr elemental.
It's another 80 feet.
Okay.
And then ship number 1.
All right, ship number 1 is going to move forward 30 feet. Fire at the Saltbert. Oh, 2 1s, so miss and miss. That was ship 1. Who's next?
Next is Sahn.
Manifest shape water.
Okay, Nerium.
Nerium's just going to dodge.
Okay.
Ship 2.
I basically don't have anything to do until we get about 100 feet apart. So
That's a 12 and a 14 to hit
Nope.
the Salt Man. All right.
All right, back to the seat.
Let's fire again. I'll roll this time.
Yeah,
Before
go
you
for it,
fire,
if you're here.
as the mangonel stones are crashing into the water all around the salt golem, the booming voice rings out. Your magical abominations will not avail you here.
The salt golem would have moved another 60 feet into range on my turn. Sorry, I forgot.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Nazirr says
Technically,
himself.
that's not a cipher thing because that's the salt elemental's
Yeah.
turn.
Well, I didn't change my mind. I just forgot. That's different.
Sure.
Yeah.
Flaming mangonel stone to the ballistas.
All right.
I get that party die, don't I?
Yeah, 13 probably won't hit.
13 does not hit.
Well, it's 17, isn't it? It's
How
got a
about
plus 5.
17? He has disadvantage.
He's rolling a disadvantage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I get 12. 12 plus 5 is a 17.
You have 17 now.
17 will hit.
All right. 5d10?
Yeah.
And that blue pawn. Who was that? Oh, Ronald. Oh, no.
Oh. Let's get Ronald out of... Yeah, Ronald had to
He's
come
so
down.
scrambled.
That's only 11 points of damage.
Only 11? Okay.
Yeah.
Ugh,
I rolled 2 ones.
that
Rolled 3-1.
You're all
No,
3
three
ones.
of them, three
I mean,
ones. Yeah.
If their ballistas are as hardy as yours, like how many hit points do your ballistas have? 50 each?
50.
So
Yeah.
11 is a good chunk.
Yeah.
Oh, they have no damage threshold on those. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they don't have
ballistas
damage threshold.
And who's next?
Okay. That was one action.
That was one. We firing ballistas?
Maybe.
Let's see, what is it? +6, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
17.
We'll hit.
That's 3d10.
For 3d10, I'll take these 3.
We're just focusing down one of their ballistas, right?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
have each of their ships has 7.
12 points of piercing damage to that ballista.
I'm gonna assume you just want me to apply the damage to the same ballista until it's destroyed.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's our goal.
Fair enough.
And a miss.
And a miss.
Well, you have this.
I do, but I don't want to get hit and lose concentration on my elemental.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. No, you have a reason to keep that.
All right, who's next?
Next is Nazir's elemental.
So Nazir's elemental this turn can use its movement to get up on ship 1. And then do whatever horrible thing you're gonna do.
Are ripping planks from the bottom.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Can you attack from underneath?
Yeah, it can attack at the hull with its multi-attack option.
I don't know if it could break the damage threshold very easily, though.
It'd be tricky.
No, it can't. But it can wreck up some weapons, though.
I think the salt elemental could, because I think it counts as a siege monster if we're using the earth elemental stat block.
Yeah, and also it'd like deal extra corruptive, like flavor wise, like it would look like they've been sailing through the salt sea for months after it gets a punch from it.
Yeah, no, I don't have siege monster, so yeah, no, he can like slurp through the cracks in the and slurp up along onto the deck and just start smashing this thing.
Start attacking the ballistas.
So what are you
Yeah.
attacking? What part of the ship are you
The
attacking?
ballista.
Okay, yeah, you can use its multi-attack on the first ballista.
All right, you have 2 multi-attacks. So I have spell attack modifier. Okay, that's a 22 to hit.
22 will hit.
Spicy. 13 points of bludgeoning damage to that ballista.
Okay, it is. I mean, bloodied? Question mark.
Second
Splintered.
attack
Splintered.
missed.
Okay, yeah.
Second attack.
That's
missed.
second attack is only a 9 to hit.
Okay, keep in mind that crew is a valid target as well. You can try to attack their crew at any point.
Sure.
I have like a tower of books here that I'm trying to properly balance. There we go. This looks correct.
I would say like have the elementals start getting the crew. That way we can reuse the ballistas if we take the ships.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
there's no
you
crew.
won't be taking these ships.
Yeah, we'll be sinking them. Probably.
Yeah, tenacity. If you win this encounter, tenacity will have you board the ship, take what's valuable, and then scutter the rest.
Well, spare parts, ballista parts for ours.
Yeah, that
That would
counts
be
as taking
something
things valuable.
Yeah.
But no, there's no. The captain at Captain Ice has no interest in sailing more than one ship. All right, so that was Nazirr. Who's next?
Next is ship 1.
Ship 1 is going to.
Who knows? That might even tell them to lay off their actions in shooting us.
It's going to keep the water elemental marker next to it.
Sounds good.
Fire 2 mangonel stones at the Saltbert. That's an 8 to hit, because we're still not within range, and an 11 to hit.
No.
Nazirr, you don't have any awareness of your elemental, do you? Like, you don't know what he's over there doing? Can you see or hear through him?
Creatures and allies shares initiative. You don't issue any. It takes a dodge action and it takes a dodge action and uses its move to avoid danger. Okay. Yeah. No, I have no
Okay.
idea what's happening to it
You
over
just
there.
gave it the order, just go over there and wreck shit.
I bet
Yeah.
Peachberry
Got
could
it.
see it.
Who's next?
I bet Peachberry could see it. Where were we? That was ship 1.
That was
Yeah.
ship 1.
Sahn.
Move the salt elemental 60 and hydrokinetics.
Yeah, we'll call this about 60 right here.
I'm gonna have it go to ship 2.
Okay, that's fine.
Next is Nerium.
Nerium is just going to dodge.
Okay, ship 2.
Okay. 2 mangonel stones against the Salt Man.
They might be in range now.
Oh, yeah, they are. Thank you. Good call. That means I hit a 24 and a 15.
One of those hits.
One of those hits. That's 25 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
That was ship 2. Who's next?
Next is the Deceit.
Okay.
Should we do it again?
Yep.
Keep doing those mangonels? Alright.
You want me to roll or you'd roll?
I've already rolled.
You should stop rolling.
Maganel, still not in range, right? 200? Okay.
Yeah, we're too far away, right?
Yeah, you should
Yeah.
stop rolling, Raz.
Definitely. Oh, come on. It's just dice. I have a 10 to hit.
A 10
This
does
two
not
is
hit.
variance.
Further actions?
Ballistas if we can.
Yeah, both ballistas.
Fire ballistas.
You want to aim for the crew or the ballistas? The crew you might actually kill.
You got one ballista already splintered.
Yeah,
I'll
finish
take
off
it.
that ballista at least.
Yeah, I'll see if I can take aim with that ballista. That is a 10 to hit.
10 will not hit.
The other one will open fire at one of the crew, I guess.
At the crew, okay.
14.
14 will hit.
Your brony's about to have a very bad day. 13 points piercing damage.
13?
Yep.
Okay. As you're firing amongst the crew. Who's next?
Next is Nazir's Elemental.
Yeah, let's see about busting up the crew with this elemental.
So the immediate targets for the elemental are going to be the ballista he's still cracking on, or the crew who are closing in around him.
You know what? I'll do one to the ballista, one to the crew. To the ballista, that's a 12 to hit.
12 does not hit.
Crew. 13.
13 will hit.
Ten points bludgeoning damage.
Okay. The elemental brings down one of the crewmen. Is that it for Nazirr?
That's it.
And who's next?
Ship number 1.
So for one of ship number 1's actions was going to be have 4 crewmen attack the elemental. Now there's only 3 crewmen approaching the elemental. I've got a 20 to hit.
Hit.
I've got an 11 to hit.
Nope.
And a 10 to hit.
Nope.
5 points of slashing damage to the water elemental. As 3 crewmen close in around it with scimitars, and one of them manages to land a hit on the water man.
Sounds good.
Cut through the water.
Second of ship 1's actions is going to be to sail forward slightly. I think you can only move once, so only about 15 feet. And then fire mangonel stones at the other elemental closing in. Now with this roll, it's a 15 to hit.
No.
And a 9 to hit.
No.
That was ship 1. Who's next?
Next is Sahn.
Elemental moves 60. I think ship 1 is within 400 feet, right?
Oh yeah, both
Both?
within
Yes.
400 feet.
All right, I'm going to start shooting crew. So these are disadvantage for long range. Attack bonus is +10.
Yep.
I've got a lot of bolts to work. Get 2 attacks because my hand crossbow's out of range. So I'm just going to go through this real quick. That hits an 18 on armor class.
Now, isn't there like a bad downside if you try to attack but miss? While
Only if I'm
cloak?
using the cloak's bonus action.
Okay. So you hit an 18, that hits.
Dealing 6 piercing damage.
Okay.
Shoot the same guy again. That hits an armor class of 15.
15. That's one of the guys down.
So do I have to roll damage or is he just dead?
No, I'm keeping track because you didn't do enough damage to kill him with the first shot. So 2 shots.
So the second shot is a 15. Does that hit? Sorry.
That hit, yes.
Okay,
And then-
I was just out of order there. That deals 7 damage.
Yeah, that's more than he had left.
Okay. I'm going to mark off my bolts, and that's Sahn's turn.
In my effort,
Did you move the salt elemental?
He moves what? 60.
60 dashing, yeah.
This. You want him down, like going to this direction.
Yeah, I want him to distract ship 2 while we start shooting up ship 1. I'm firing on ship 1's crew.
All right.
Administrative question: are these ships actually 100 feet apart vertically?
More or less, yes. They're
More or
coming.
less? Okay.
The idea being
I mean,
that
they're ships, right?
they don't want to be hit. Like if you send a moonbeam over, send the moonbeam back and forth to get both ships. So they're coming with some distance between them.
Besides, when they get to
visually.
boarding range, they can go one up one
Yeah,
side and
on
up the other.
either side, yeah.
One and the other, yeah. Nerium's next.
Again, Nerium's not going to do anything.
Okay.
Ship 2. I'm just gonna keep asking. I'm just going on the list.
Now I do have to ask, Treble.
Mhm.
It can't feel that good for the most efficient thing to do on your turn to be nothing, right?
Hmm?
I mean, not that exciting, really. That's the heart of the problem with Daggerheart's battle system. Anyway, Nerium's doing nothing.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Ship 2.
Ship 2 can make its full movement, so it's going to pull ahead slightly. Actually, it's not. It's not going to pull ahead. I'm going to let it move once. Fire its mangonel. Yeah, fire its mangonel. It's a nat 1 and then a 17 to hit the saltbird.
Destil.
17 is the AC, sorry.
Got it. $36 points of damage from that mangonel stone.
Is it 36? Okay.
36, and then ship 2 is going to fire, let's unload its ballistas on the saltbird as well. These are +6 to hit, and I'm within 120 feet. All right.
Looking for a 17.
A 13 misses. A 15 misses. A 16 misses. A 19 will hit?
Yeah.
A 16 misses.
Mm-hmm.
A 17 and an 18 will both hit. If I could bring down this saltbird before it gets to this boat. 16 points from the first ballista.
Alright.
14 from the second.
Okay.
Ooh, big numbers. 22 from the third.
It's still up.
This has got ballistas poking out of it. Is it bloodied at all?
Yeah, it's bloody.
Okay. That was ship 2. So ship 2 did not advance its full movement. It chose instead to unload all of its artillery at the salt golem. Which is a cool sentence. I recommend it.
Next is the deceit.
All right.
Let's fire again.
Well,
Fire
just
the
hard
crew
to-
this time.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is the crew.
Yeah, it's mangonel towards the crew.
Go
Hey,
for it.
not disadvantage.
Oh, we're not disadvantaged anymore?
Nope, we
Not
were
with the
close
mangonel,
enough.
no.
Are we? Oh,
200. No, there's no way.
wait, are we within 200? Doesn't look like
No.
it. Yeah, so
Okay.
disadvantage.
That's a. Wait, are we disadvantaged or not?
Your mangonels to
you're
hit
disadvantaged.
them are not in range. You're at disadvantage.
They were in range of the elemental.
They're attacking
Oh,
this
okay.
green elemental, which is much closer.
Okay,
Oh,
it's, it's a 15.
15 will... What are you attacking?
The crew.
The crew, yeah, that'll hit.
So 5d10?
5d10. Well, that's pretty good.
That's better. 31 points of mangonel damage.
Okay, as it crashes along the deck and throws one of their guys into the sea.
Ship actions.
Ballista's gonna do anything?
Yeah, just keep shooting the crew.
Yeah. Okay. No longer at disadvantage or still at disadvantage?
Still at
Yeah,
disadvantage.
Yeah, still disadvantage.
You gotta be within 120 for ballistas.
It's at 12 to hit.
12 does not
The
hit.
crew?
No. I'm sorry, it does, actually. I was looking at the wrong number.
Oh.
It does hit. 100%
Then
hits.
13 will hit too.
Yes, it will.
Okay. 12 points from the first hit.
Okay.
And 14 from the second hit.
Okay. As the ballistas rain down on their deck. Who's next?
Next is Nazir's Elemental.
Well, Nazirr can act. Oh, he fired ballista. That's right.
He fired.
I was
yeah.
firing ballista, so yeah. But my elemental can go to town as well.
Okay. Yeah, he's got.
Yeah.
He's got this splintered ballista, and there's crew like it's just havoc on the deck of the ship.
Yeah. Let's keep messing up the crew.
You want to go both attacks on the crew?
Yeah. I have a 25 to hit
That'll hit.
for 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then I multi-attack. 16 on die. I can't math right now.
16 will hit.
+6, yeah. For another 12 points of damage.
Okay.
Picturing like the elemental picking up a dude and hitting a dude with another dude.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm picturing too.
It's just bowling. Throw it through him.
Okay. That's
It's gonna do it for my turn though.
Who's next?
Next is Ship 1.
30 feet forward. No, it can only go 15 feet forward. Because it's got to use one of its actions to have 4 crewmen attack this elemental. right, I got a 20 to hit,
That'll hit.
a 14,
No,
a 17,
that'll hit.
and a 10.
2 hits.
Seven points slashing damage from the first hit. 4
Okay.
points slashing damage from the second.
7 and 4.
And then I'm going to take 4 crossbow shots at it. There's a crit.
Don't like that.
14, a 7, and a 4 to
No.
hit.
No, just the crit hits.
Crit's not bad.
Crit's not bad at all.
12 points of piercing damage from the crit.
He is bloodied.
So
Water?
your elemental has 4 crewmen surrounding it with scimitars, and then a fire.
You are aware that water elementals have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, right?
I do not see that on the stat block that the thing gives me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
He's not.
he's
It
not
was a
using-
special. It was a special summon. Then never mind. Sorry.
Correct.
Yeah.
The Saltbird's using this is confusing. The Saltbird's using the monster manual stat.
Yeah,
block,
yeah,
I think.
yep.
Yeah.
That was a
This is an
special item.
elemental
Just making sure.
spirit.
Yep.
So that's the elemental. Who's next?
Next is.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's ship 1. I still have to fire mangonels.
Okay.
Crew
I mean, you
activated.
don't
and
have
moved.
to.
I want to though. These rolls probably aren't going to get me there. I've got a 23 to hit the Saltbird.
Yeah.
Then a 9, an 8, and a 10.
Nope.
All right. "31 points of mangonel bludgeoning damage against the Saltbird."
Okay.
He's still walking?
Oh yeah.
Crazy. Who's next?
Getting there. Getting there.
Next is Sahn.
I've got 2 shots on the crew of ship 1.
Okay.
So first one will hit an armor class of 17.
17 will hit.
That'll deal 9 piercing damage. Second shot will hit an armor class of 19
19 will hit.
for 10 piercing damage.
All right. As you bring down one of the crewmen on the deck.
That's the end of Sahn's turn.
Who's next?
Miriam. Then ship
How far away are we? We
About-
are still
about 200 feet.
About 250 feet. Yeah, there's not really much I can do. I'm just kind of holding tight to next to Sahn because I have a thing that I'm going to do with him when
Okay.
they
Who's next?
get closer.
Next is ship 2.
The elementals might clear out the ships before they get here.
All right. It's going to take one of its actions to move, and then it's going to unload on the elemental.
We got any more of those?
No.
So it's a 13 to hit the elemental,
No.
and a 9,
No.
and then it's got a whole. I'm not rolling a disadvantage anymore. That's still only a 16 then.
16 misses.
16 misses. Okay, so I got a bunch of ballista to fire at it though. 10.
Nope.
8.
Nope.
6.
Nope.
8.
Nope.
Brick needs to stop rolling so good.
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
21. There we go.
Did you
Yeah,
fight
that one
Chris
did it.
over?
24.
Yeah.
And then an 8.
No.
That was a lot of load. It's really demoralizing to look down at 5 d20s and see all single digits.
Did Cyris walk in and roll the dice for you? Or something?
Right? 16 damage from the first shot.
Okay.
And 12 from the second shot.
Still up.
All right, that was ship 2.
Did that move? Did it close? Is it supposed to be closer now, or?
It closed a little bit, but ship 2 is not advancing ahead of ship 1. They're keeping pace with
Okay.
each other.
How far is it from the salt elemental right now?
We'll call that like 50 feet. I'll say if it
Okay.
uses its dash this turn, it can be on it.
Okay.
All right, deceit.
Is that what? Oh, Sasit's turn.
Oh, yeah, on Sahn's turn it should have moved, so let's
Yeah,
put it on it.
The salt elemental actually move.
Yeah.
Oh, then yeah.
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
bad.
okay.
So that explains why those mangonel stones missed. because
Yeah.
Yeah.
they literally can't fire at it anymore.
It actually might have been under their minimum range anyway, but it doesn't matter.
Are we firing?
We're firing at the crew.
Fire at
All
the
right,
crew.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
No, Benny, no.
Oh no, I rolled a 20.
Okay.
19.
19's good.
Yeah, to hit the crew.
Ugh.
25.
Okay.
Exactly average. Further actions.
Sub Ballista.
Yep. It's 8 to hit.
8's not gonna hit anything.
Jesus.
Wow. Everybody dunks on Chris, but it's me. That's a
It sounds like
It's
it's a
all
miss.
of us.
that's a 9.
9's not gonna hit.
Even the Bardic Inspiration die didn't help. Man, so I'm about to lose this elemental, so I'm like, yeah.
Okay, so that was the deceit. Who's next?
Next is Nazir's Elemental.
Yeah, let's keep ruining the crew.
Well, plus side, you get to keep the dice.
Yeah. Elemental's working good though, doing some work on there.
The elemental's
Yeah,
working
that-
well.
Hush. That's a 22 to hit
22 will hit. You're attacking the crew or the ballista?
the crew
Gotcha.
for 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Yeah, if there's nobody left to run the ballista, it's like we destroyed them.
Yep.
Right?
That's exactly right. 13 to hit.
13 will hit.
We'll hit the crew for 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, and you brought down another crewman.
This is a mimic ship.
Oh, don't give me ideas. That was
Oh,
elemental.
no.
Who's next?
Next is Ship 1.
Ship 1. So they're going to activate the crew to attack this elemental. We'll start there.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I
That's
need
a
to
15 to
step
hit?
away.
That is the AC.
So the 16 will hit, the 14 won't, and
Yep.
the 20 will.
Yep. So that's 3 hits.
3 hits with scimitars.
You might be able to take this thing down.
6 points from the first scimitar.
Sure.
8 from the second.
Yep.
7 from the third.
Okay.
Now I've got a line of crossbowmen against you.
Let me squeeze one more round out of Mr. Water.
That is 18 to hit,
That hits.
20, and a 21
Hit.
to hit.
Hit.
And this 5 won't do anything, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So 7 points from the first bolt. 5 from the second. And 7 from the third.
It had 1 hit point after the scimitar, guys. So, yeah, no, you got it.
Oh, well, the crossbow activated as part of the crew anyway.
Yeah.
So the water guy's gone.
Yep.
The ship advances a little bit more. I'm going to have it fire its mangonels. We are within mangonel range now, I believe. Just about. You know, I'm just going to... We'll just say that's within mangonel range. So your next turn, you can stop rolling at disadvantage. I've got a 15 to hit your mangonel.
That is the
that'll
AC.
hit.
And I've got a 10 to hit your mangonel.
That's a miss.
That will not.
Okay. Does mangonel have damage threshold? I don't think it does.
No.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Who's standing at the mangonel?
Ssah'ra, Benny.
31 points of damage to your mangonel. Ssah'ra and Benny, I will give either of you the option to use your reaction if you have an effective way to reduce that damage. If you don't have an effective way to reduce that damage, I will let either or both of you to use your reaction to absorb as much of that damage as you want.
Benny will absorb all of it.
I'm gonna use not all of it, Benny. I'm gonna use my telekinetic shield.
I'll allow that to apply here because you're standing physically at the mangonel.
Yeah.
So what does that do?
So even though it's not a creature, we're gonna act like it's a creature.
Sure. So what does that do?
Reduces it by a D8 +1.
Okay, so go ahead and reduce the damage first.
So it's gonna be reduced by 7 points.
Good. So you've got what? That leaves 25 damage coming in. 26 damage.
I think so. You said 31.
31 minus.
Minus 6 is 25.
Okay, 25.
Minus 7, not 6.
Minus 7.
So
So
20,
it's 20.
24.
Benny, are you sure you want to take that given how close we are?
Well, next turn I'll have who's this midge. She can fire, and I'll just lay on hands.
You can
Yeah,
do that.
don't you want to save that till we actually get on board? You think
Do
you
we-
think the ballista's gonna die before we get there?
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
So just let the mangonel eat the rest of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
24 damage.
And so for what it's worth,
Yeah.
Benny, you still have your reaction.
What can I use that for? Sorry.
Nope, you didn't use it for anything. I don't know what else you might have up your sleeve.
Oh, I can't Shield of Faith.
Am I
No, I
firing
don't think there's anything I can do.
ballistas at you? Not yet. So ship one's going to double move forward then. So move. No, I'm sorry. It activated crew. It can't move. That's correct.
Yeah.
Crew, move, fire. Ship one is done.
Ooh, that was a bad turn to go to the bathroom. It's like, what? Huh? Why am I taking damage? Next is Sahn.
So the Salt Elemental is going to attack their Mangonel.
Okay.
So that hits an armor class of 12.
12 is not hit.
Multi-attack. That hits an armor class of 23.
That hits.
And I believe this is what we call a siege monster.
So
So it will deal 30 points of bludgeoning damage. I've already doubled it.
30 points. Okay.
Yep.
Bear with me one moment. I'm going to absorb 10 of that into their crew. One of their men are going to die for the mangonel. So that is the salt. That was the Saltbert. Who's next?
Sahn's still got a turn, so he can. They're still at disadvantage on ship 1 because they're under over 100. But
Right.
I can fire. I'm going to start using the steam bolts
Okay.
from the Mephites. So
Oh,
this
yes,
hits a 19 on armor class.
That'll hit.
And I know the steam is non-damaging, but the bolt isn't, and it deals 13 piercing damage.
You're firing at the crew.
Yep, and this
Okay.
is magical if it matters.
Ship one's crew. That was the first shot.
Second attack hits an armor class of 17.
Also hits.
Oh wait, no, I'm completely wrong about that. Sorry. Hits an armor class of 9.
9 does not hit.
I don't know what happens when I miss with a steam bolt. It hadn't come up yet.
As far as
Evaporates before it
at
gets
this
there.
at this distance, all you can see are gouts of steam floating
Okay.
up from the ship. You don't know what
Okay.
might have happened over there.
It sounded when you gave these to me. It sounded like there was a different effect on a miss, but I had never missed. So that's my turn.
All right, who's next?
This
Next
asshole I have
is-
never missed.
Nerium?
Nerium is going to cast Silent Image to cause a steam, essentially like a 15 by 15 foot steam figure. Basically, I'm trying to make it look like a steam elemental is rising out of the water.
Okay.
And then I'm going to. So basically,
Well,
the
let me ask
figure-
this: what is the intent of the steam elemental? What are you trying to accomplish?
Basically, to make them think there's another elemental coming,
Okay.
To get them to shoot at it.
and
What
to get
I'm-
them to shoot at it.
So you want them to target that silent image?
Yeah.
If that works,
but-
it's only going to work for one round. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
that's
gonna-
why I was making it out of Steam to kind of like give them to basically.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to give
disguise
them
the fact.
I'm going to give them a saving throw, and if they fail the saving throw, they will any artillery that they fire at the deceit will be fired at this image next round and automatically miss. That sound
Okay.
fair?
Your save DC is 16.
16. I got one pass and one fail. I'll let you pick which ship failed.
It doesn't really.
The difference is that ship 2 has
this
fewer
sh-
actions because it's got to
ship 2. Yeah,
ship
this
2 has
failed.
to use actions to activate crew to fight this golem.
Yes, I will say that. I'm not sure which one would be more beneficial, so I'll just say that ship number 2.
Ship
No,
1 is
say
going to be
ship one
more
fires at
firing.
it.
Next
Ship
turn.
1 has more things to shoot.
Okay, ship 1 fires at it then.
And ship
Yeah, this
2,
one failed. This one passed.
If ship 2 chooses to fire at you, it will not fire at the
Yeah.
elemental. Okay. And then after one successful volley, it'll be clear that it's just a monster made of smoke. So that's Nerium.
Yeah, essentially.
I'm not even going to put a marker on. I will. Here you go. I'll just repurpose this one. There's the Steam Man. Who's next?
Next is ship 2.
Ship 2. It's going to move forward. Yeah. And I wasn't allowing them to build a firing line on the first turn with an elemental. I imagine it's pretty surprising when an elemental just climbs up out of the water onto the deck.
Yeah.
Probably a little distressing too.
This might be 4 hits against your elemental. I've got a 14 to hit.
No.
Okay, then I've got a 19.
Yep.
And then 2 other numbers that are higher than 19.
Okay.
For 5 points of slashing.
2. Okay.
9 points of slashing.
5, 4. Okay.
And 4 points of slashing.
Still up.
Okay. And then next round, when they activate crew, they're going to have a firing line on them.
The rounding from the damage reduction really coming in handy.
It's going to fire its mangonels at the deceit. Because it can't hit an elemental, and whoever's doing lookout for their ship knows that steam monster is a dirty, dirty lie.
Pick a target.
They're still rolling a disadvantage, though. Yeah, they're still rolling a disadvantage with mangonels. Let's see. Your sails are gone. They're going to fire at your hull.
Okay.
I've got a critical hit
Yeah, that'll hit.
that I throw away because it's next to a 4, which turns it into a 9. And then I've got a 10 to hit.
None of those will hit.
So the mangonel stones are crashing into the water, but it's clear they're targeting your hull. So crew, move, and fire. So that ship is done. Is that ship at the bottom of my order?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
I'll tell you
We're
what.
now at the deceit.
It's 4:30, and I
Yep.
want some macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, I
So
need lunch.
I'm going to go take care of that. If y'all want to go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel.
This is a lot.
When we come back, we'll be at the top of the order with the deceit's actions.
We might even
Alright.
finish this.
always feel like it's a race against time when I try to make macaroni during a D&D break.
It is.
It's like you have 15 minutes to do something that takes exactly 15 minutes.
You
Not
have
enough
the the music that plays when you're escaping the floating continent at the end of the World of Balance while it's happening.
And then when you get to the end, it switches to the sonic drowning music.
And then you get to the very end, and it's like, gotta wait for Jonathan.
You're right.
I still have not done my playthrough of Final Fantasy VI where I renamed him Jonathan, but I'm going to. Next time I play that game.
You only have like six character slots, right?
Pixel
you can
remaster,
only
my
do
dude.
Oh yeah, pixel remaster. Never mind.
It's a weird and wonderful world we live in.
Yep.
It is.
Gotta wait for Jonathan.
Name everybody Jonathan.
I got a thing.
Oh.
I mean, I've got a plan for my next action. I'm excited.
No, never make
Sorry
plans.
about that. I'm back.
Yeah, I'm back too.
Plans are always a bad idea.
I was drinking my coffee and so.
I had to
Plans
make
are fine until you actually try to use them.
Plans are fine until you have to roll dice for them, rather.
If we want to direct the siege engines at Ship 2's Mangonel this turn, I'm hoping to take it out with Assault Elemental.
Okay, we can do that.
I've got an even bigger water elemental in my back pocket.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so
Do we have everybody back?
Lots of room in his back pockets.
I think everybody's here.
Yep, I'm here.
I'm here.
likewise.
Are we back on
Terrific.
initiative then?
Yeah.
I don't know how
We might
Bertrand
not-
is macaroni and
Brooke might not be
cheesing.
Oh, I'm macaroni and cheesing by having a bowl of macaroni and cheese on my desk, and then I'm putting it into my face using a spoon.
Valid.
Switching between actions.
Chris, you want to roll or should I?
I'll roll.
So you're
So we're doing the
Magic
Mangonel
will.
on ship 2?
Yeah.
Is that still a disadvantage?
Yeah.
Is it? Did they have advantage?
On the Elemental.
yeah, the
Oh.
seat's still about 250-ish away from ship 2.
It's not so easy, is it?
Raz. Why did you touch my dice?
Hang on.
I have these selected over here. You know, the ones that would have rolled 13.
No, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately.
Did you miss the mangonel? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I
Yeah, we-
rolled a 3, yes.
Got it. So that was
Oh,
one
eight.
one ship action.
Ballistas?
Ballista's at disadvantage.
Sorry, dogs are choosing the worst possible time to go ham sandwich.
We still have
Yeah,
most actions to take.
Yeah.
You want me to roll
We're only
3?
going to take one shot with the ballista because Nazirr needs an action.
Okay.
Uh, 13 hit the mangonel.
13 does not hit.
Okay then.
Just pass the third action.
Okay. Who's next?
So Nazir's next.
Going to take out the blue sapphire elemental gem and summon it
Okay, so you need this.
90 feet off the port bow.
So summon it like out here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he can move another 90 feet. Actually, wait. He could dash and be on the deck of the other ship, I think,
Yeah, that's
because
what you want.
elemental has 90 feet swim speed, and yeah, dash to get up on the deck.
Fair enough.
Yep, that'll work.
Who's next?
Next is ship 1.
Ship 1. You've surprised them with a second elemental. It's going to activate the crew to attack the elemental.
Sure.
What's my target? What's my AC?
14.
So I've got 2 hits.
Okay.
8 points of slashing damage from the first hit,
Make that 4.
and then 3 points of slashing damage from the second hit.
Make that 1.
So this is an actual water elemental. Like, this is the real
This
deal.
is, yeah, this is a real.
The real deal.
This is a real one. Yep.
I'm going to let
We
the
hope you
ship
like the shareware version. Here's the full version.
sail
Yeah.
forward a bit. And... yeah, you're inside Mangonel range.
We're in
with
range
that
now.
ship. So no more disadvantage on Mangonels. Yeah, I'm going to try to attack your hull. That's a 24 to hit
24 will hit.
and a 14.
14 will not. Oh, what's the damage for ship? 15.
$32 points of bludgeoning damage to your hull.
17, 2, 8, 3.
That minus 15.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, I did the minus 15.
Yeah.
Okay?
But I just could never remember if that's how that works.
They're going to target your Mangonel with their ballistas, which are all firing at disadvantage, and there's 7 of them. No, it moved. It can't fire its ballistas. It's still trying to get into ballista range. That's ship 1. Who's next?
Next is Sahn.
All right. So I'm gonna shoot ship 1's crew with my heavy crossbow.
Sure.
First hit is a 10,
10 will not
and
hit.
second hit is a nope.
Nope.
And then the salt elemental will continue assaulting their Mangonel on ship 2.
Okay.
Salt.
First hit is a 15.
That'll hit.
Assault with a deadly elemental.
That'll deal 22
Okay.
damage with the siege monster. Second hit is natural 1.
Natural 1's not going to do anything.
That's the end of my turn.
Okay. Who's next?
Next is Nerium.
Nerium is 60 feet, 60 feet. All right, Nerium is just going to dodge.
Okay. Who's next?
Next is ship 2.
Sahn, you still have a just before real quick, you still have a bard die, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, all right. No, I was checking.
Yep.
I used mine
Thank you.
earlier, but
Sail forward a bit and then activate crew. Actually, it's going to double sail because it's got nothing to shoot at really anyway.
Did you fail on that roll or did you succeed?
oh no, I failed on it. That's right.
Yeah.
So I get to keep it.
All right, I'm going to bring down Saltbert now. Here we go. These are the rolls that's going to do it.
Yep.
13.
Nope.
9.
Nope.
18 and 20.
Those hit.
For 5 points of slashing damage
2.
and 3 points of slashing damage.
Can you find one more point of damage in there?
I got 4 crossbowmen.
Okay.
I got a 16 to hit.
Nope.
A 14.
Nope.
A 10.
Nope.
And a 7.
Nope.
One more turn.
It survives.
He's standing there on the magic pixel.
Yeah.
Wow.
1 hit point left.
It's 1 grain
You
of
got-
salt supporting the whole thing.
So
The
they're
only hit point that matters.
going to fire their mangonels, but they're firing at the steam elemental this turn. And then the steam elemental, nobody is fooled beyond this turn.
Yeah.
All right, so that's ship 2. Who's next?
Next is to the seat.
The seat.
Do you have a target for us?
You're within 200 feet.
You want the mangonel on the second ship or the crew? Or
Yeah.
Mangonel.
Let's take out the second ship's Mangonella, in my opinion.
Okay.
Alright.
Going for that.
One of
Yeah,
the two
good-
mangonels.
Good job, Benny.
Ah, fuck off. 12.
12 does not hit.
Not
Benny's
so
learning.
easy, is it?
Benny's learning.
Who's next?
Next is ship
Ballistas.
actions.
Ballistas?
Yeah. We still want to hit that mangonel or no?
It should be holding on by a thread.
Yeah. Okay.
The elemental's still up somehow.
Oh, you don't have disadvantage anymore.
Yeah, I do.
The-
It's 200 feet.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're firing
Yeah.
ballistas.
Come on. There we go. That's yeah, the first roll was like an 8. The second roll is a 22, 23. Yeah, 23.
23 will hit.
I get 3d10s for this.
That's not bad.
16 points of piercing damage to the mangonel.
To the mangonel? Yeah, barely hanging in there. A mangonel does not have any damage threshold to get past.
Yeah.
Is that it for the deceit?
I think
Unless
so.
we can figure out something else to do with that third action.
Well, we did
We
fire,
fired all
fire,
3
fire.
weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Next is
Fix the flying machine. Yeah, we'll spend an action on that. No, I'm just kidding.
Actually, I would like,
Yeah.
on her turn, Peachberry to come over here and cast haste on Sahn. It's time.
Okay. Well, we're about to pop off?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, Peachberry will do that.
And then, let's see how much movement next turn, she'll start moving towards cover. Because she doesn't want to be.
He's a small burb.
Well, she's a medium-sized bird. Who's
I
next?
just
A
in my
small,
brain.
medium-sized bird.
Listen, I cannot help it that in my brain, Peachberry is like 3 feet tall.
No,
I get that academically, I realize that she is a fully sized person, but my brain is picturing small burb.
Your brain is wrong. Who's next?
Next is Nazir's elemental.
Yeah, Nazir's elemental is going to. Hey, so Brick Road, what would you say if I were to do a whelm on the crew for a water elemental?
Whelm is like what, a saving throw?
Yeah, I'd be hitting anybody within 5 feet of the water elemental.
Yeah, there's 4 guys on. So the
Yeah,
water
you know,
elemental,
I'm-
when I activate crew, I'm making 8 attack rolls. 4 with scimitars, 4 with crossbows. So all 4 with
Okay.
scimitars are in the thing's threat range.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna have each of those make a DC 15 strength saving throw.
The highest I got is a 13. That is 4 failures.
And they're all gonna take 2d8 plus 4 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Hopefully get pushed off the deck.
Uh, 12 points of bludgeoning damage to each of them.
Yeah, they're all gone. That's all 4 of those
And
guys are. They'll be replaced by 4 new guys next round, but we're getting to the point on that boat where they're not going to have enough crew to fire all their artillery.
That's the plan.
So if they're all down, then yeah, none of them get restrained by the follow up there.
No,
Yeah,
there's
no, that
nothing
was
to
good.
restrain. They
That was
just
good. I like
bludgeon
that.
to
I
the
like the
walk-
elemental doing that.
Washed overboard. Who's next?
Sploosh.
Next is ship 1.
Okay, ship 1. Let me double check and make sure I've got the crew to do everything I need to do here.
Slightly lower than average damage roll, but eh.
I think I just barely have enough crew to do everything I need to do. No, not quite. So I'll only get crossbow bolts against the elemental this turn. There's not enough crew to get up close to it. Let's start there. Decent rolls. I've got 2 18s.
Those will hit.
A 16.
That'll hit too.
And an 11.
That won't. So 3 hits.
3 crossbow bolts. 4 from the first bolt.
Make that 2.
8 from the second bolt.
Make that 4.
6 from the third bolt.
Make that 3.
It's going to sail forward. And are we within 120? Yes, we are. It can fire all of its ballistas at you guys.
Or are we within 120 now? Oh, cool.
Yes. With that advance, just about. Okay. You guys don't have sails.
Nope.
No.
Still got mangonel though. And they have been shooting at the hull.
They have been shooting at the hull.
But I don't think if the damage on this ballista is anything to go by, I don't know if it's gonna break damage threshold.
1, 2, 3, 4. I got 5 hits against your mangonel with ballistas. Who's standing at the mangonel?
Minions on.
Each of you have a reaction to use against these 5 hits. You ready to go?
Yep.
First ballista. 11 points.
Yeah, I'll shield against it, I guess.
So your shield against that. Go ahead and reduce that.
It's going to be reduced by 9 points.
All right, let's bring it down to 2.
2. Okay.
Second shot of 5. 15 points. Third shot of 5. 15 points. Fourth shot of 5. 11 points. And the final shot that hits. 15 points.
Yeah, it's still...
It's at 18.
Do we still have a mangonel?
We still got to make it now.
All right, as
Yeah,
the ballista
it's
rains
hanging.
down upon it. And the voice booms out. It says, "Your tricks and your monsters avail you not. You're down to smoke. Surrender."
Yeah, Ssah'ra laughs.
She laughs as the mangonel like splinters and breaks apart next to her.
It
Still works.
That was ship 1. Ship 1 moved, crewed, and fired. Who's next?
Next is Sahn.
Sahn, I think, is hasted.
So I've got 3 shots with haste on crew of ship 1.
Okay.
They are still over my range, so it's still at disadvantage. First shot will hit an AC of 10.
That will not hit.
Second shot will hit an AC of 10.
10
Damn.
will not hit.
Third shot will hit an AC of sorry. Those should have both been 15s. I'm not sharpshooting. I don't know why I've been taking +5 on all of my attacks, all combat.
15 will hit.
Okay, so I had 2 hits.
You have 3 hits.
I've literally been knocking 5 off my attack bonus all combat.
Oh no.
So that's, or knocking 10 off my damages. That's gonna, the first hit will deal 7 points of damage.
Okay.
Second will deal 10 points of damage, and the third will deal 10 points of damage.
So that's good for 2 crewmen down with that volley.
I will use my bonus action to activate the cloak and remove my shield.
Okay.
And that is the end of my turn.
That's Sahn. Who's next?
Next is Nerium.
Well, don't we still have a Saltbert?
Oh, you're right. Yep. So it gets 2 hits on the Mangonel. That'll hit armor classes of 12 and 26.
26 will hit. I think the Mangonel and the Saltbert are both at magic pixel.
Well, it just dealt 23 points of damage.
All right, so even if both crewmen absorbed that, it would still be dead. So yeah, you destroyed one of the mangonels aboard ship 2. Who's next?
That's my turn.
All right.
Next is Nerium.
Miriam raises her hand in the sky and puts out an obscene gesture towards the ship, and then she takes her hand and slaps Sahn on the back of the carapace. Sahn is now greater invised.
I spend a blip to move my initiative to 5.
Okay.
Next is Sahn.
So with haste, my speed is 60. So I'm gonna jump off the edge of the boat and dash twice to climb up onto the other ship.
Okay.
That'll be all. I'm gonna have to dash and use my blip to dash and use my cloak charge to dash. So I'm just gonna be on their ship, invisible.
Do you have a swim speed? How are you getting across the water?
My speed is currently 60, so I'm getting 180 feet of movement from my dashes.
Okay. So getting up on the deck of the other ship. I have a rough layout for you here. Let me save this map.
It happened.
I hope Sahn has enough crossbow bolts.
So we don't actually need to use this as a battle map. I just want to kind of give you an idea of what you're looking at here. This is the rough layout of the ship. So you see you've got 6 ballistas
Ballistae.
above deck. You've got one more ballista on one of the lower decks. You'll have to just imagine the naval ram on the front and then the 2 mangonel on the back of the ship.
I actually would. So I'd like to climb up and just be hanging over the edge, looking out across the deck, like off the edge, so that they won't see the water dripping from where I will be invisible.
Okay.
At the end of this turn.
So you're just dangling off the side of their deck. Great.
Yep.
So now I'm going to load back the battle map that we can actually use here.
This is about to get fun. How far away are the ships right now?
Ship 1 is about 100 feet, give or take.
Okay.
Yeah, you're getting to the range where the tables are about to turn, I'm sure.
This is going to get hilarious next time I can go.
Yeah.
I mean, we could put you over there the next time Peachberry gets a turn.
Who's
I
next?
can load you in the mangonel.
Oh, I can fly over there.
Who's next? Is it ship 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so ship 2 can advance.
Sunbathe. Yeah.
Can't advance twice, can only advance once. It's got to activate to finish off this salt monster.
Why
8
is this
misses
still
incoming.
alive?
8 misses incoming.
No, I've got a nat 20 here.
You got it.
Oh,
So
God bless you, sir.
salt monster's
Sir
done.
Saltburst.
It's over.
Your sacrifice shall not be forgotten.
And it still has enough crew to fire all of its goodies. Am I within decent range for ballista on this guy? Not quite. We're at disadvantage on the ballistas. But you've destroyed one of the mangonels. The other mangonel stone does not hit the deceit. And what I'm going to do then is activate crew again and fire over a volley of flaming arrows via their longbows. So I'm going to make longbow attacks against your hull. That's a miss, that's a miss, that's a miss, but I've got a 21 to hit with one of them.
Yeah, it'll hit.
Okay.
I'm assuming this is going to bypass damage threshold.
It's not going to deal damage to the hull at all. It's going to do something a little worse. Nerium, roll me some percentile dice.
Sure. 26.
26.
26% of the hull is on fire.
This part of the hull bursts out into flames. You don't have a fire on the deck. as their flaming arrow lands in a bunch of your sailcloth piled up after they brought down your sails. So if nobody does anything with this, it's going to get worse and worse at the end of each of the deceit's turns. That was ship 2.
I spend a blip to move my initiative to 30.
Okay.
Sounds up.
All right. How many people are manning the mangonels at this point on ship 1?
Both of the mangonels are currently manned. Where they're down crew is that they've lost a lot of crew to this water elemental that is just wreaking havoc aboard the deck.
How many crew can I fit within a 10-foot radius?
That's a good question. Let's look at the deck of your ship here and kind of eyeball it.
Yeah. It's a 20-foot diameter.
I'll say you can very easily get 4. Roll a d4. I'll say you can get 3 plus a d4. That's a good way to randomize it. 3 for sure, and then
6.
6. Yeah, so you kind of have an angle where you can they're packing themselves in, trying to bring down this water elemental. So you've got
Sahn pulls a pearl off of his belt and throws a bead of force into a tangle of men. I need them all to make DC 15 dexterity saving throws.
Okay. These are dex saves.
Yep.
Fail, 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 fail.
All right, so they're all in the bubble.
One of them passed out of the 6.
Okay, that one is, I think, out of the bubble. The other 5 take 11 force damage. The one who passed can take half of that, and they're all bubbled for a minute.
All right. Yeah, this crew is coming down real quick.
Let's see. As a bonus action, I will activate my cloak and take a multi-attack with my heavy crossbow.
Okay.
So I'm going to shoot that guy who was not in the bubble.
Sure.
Advantage, you're invisible.
Yep. Thank you. So sharpshooter. That'll hit an armor class of... this is a +1 weapon right now, so 14.
That'll hit.
Dealing 19 piercing damage.
That's enough for that guy.
All right. I have another multi-attack. Is there anyone else within 100 feet who's not in the bubble?
Now that you're here on the deck of the ship, and you've got up and you've created this bubble and you're getting a sense of your layout, you do see one of their officers above the deck manically shouting orders to try to get things back under control.
All right, excellent. He's taking a sharpshooter shot. No, just a regular shot. So I'm using the cloak right now.
You have advantage.
That hits an armor class of 20 with the heavy crossbow.
20 will
You
hit.
get advantage.
Roll an
You have
advantage.
advantage.
Oh, you're right. Thank you.
This is
It's
great.
an armor class of well more than a 20 with a heavy crossbow.
Yep.
For 10 magical piercing, and then I have the attack from haste on that guy, which hits an armor class of 25
That'll hit.
for another 10 damage.
Another 10. Okay.
And then I action surge.
Officer's not bloodied yet. Action surge.
All right, so now we're going to take a sharpshooter shot with my heavy crossbow on the officer.
My poor pirates. They haven't done anything wrong.
That'll hit an armor class of 26.
26 will hit.
Dealing 23 magical piercing.
Okay, he is bloodied.
I get another heavy crossbow attack as multi-attack. Right. This is the haste bonus attack. Okay. Haste sharpshooter bonus attack. Hits an armor class of 7. 20. No. 18.
18 will hit.
Dealing 23 piercing damage.
And that's enough for him.
Pull out my hand crossbow and shoot anyone within 30 feet.
That guy was an officer, so he's big enough to actually be worth experience points.
If I have 60 feet of movement, can I get to within 30 feet of someone else?
Oh yeah,
You also-
Shoot them with a hand crossbow?
You also didn't use your second attack on your after your action.
I know.
attack.
But that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm resolving now.
yeah, you can keep firing on the crew.
Okay, so I'm going to fire at a crew member. That'll hit an armor class of 22.
Yeah, you got him.
This is a normal shot for 10 piercing. And then I have my bonus attack from crossbow expert. Last attack. Okay.
Last attack.
Same guy.
Well, that guy's dead.
Okay. Then let's take a sharpshooter on the next guy.
Yep, there's still
for
there's plenty of guys, lots of guys to shoot.
Yep. Sharpshooter on the next guy for I don't know. Sorry. 15.
15.
I have a magical weapon and a non-magical weapon. It's a huge pain in the ass.
15 will hit.
Dealing 19 piercing damage.
So here's the deal. There looks to be about less than a dozen able crew still manning this ship.
5 in a boat.
You haven't seen. Well, I'm not counting them.
Yeah.
They're not able.
They're not able anymore. So ship 1 is you haven't seen the captain yet. The captain you imagine is below deck. There is still one ballista below deck that's firing from a lower area of the ship that you haven't seen and cannot access from the main deck. As an action, now that Sahn has boarded the ship, one thing you can do would be to strike the colors of the boat.
Okay.
If you strike the colors of the ship, that could turn the tide of the battle in an entirely different direction. It would be a signal to the other ship that this one is lost.
I'm going to also move 60 feet to where I last was shooting from, so they have to guess where I am.
Mm-hmm. So
That's the end of my turn.
I'm only interested in that you are on the deck of the ship somewhere.
Yeah. But like they'll also have to like guess. Like, yeah, I'm invisible. Okay.
The fastest, largest mosquito these guys have ever seen just landed on the deck.
They've never seen it.
Stung
I'm
4
invisible.
people.
I don't even know. Damn.
They just see bolts and spears flying from some corner of their ship.
Who's next? Is it Sahn
Well,
again?
if
Is
Sahn's
Sahn
been
next?
129. No, next is the deceit.
Okay. So at the end of the seat's turn, I'm going to do some stuff with fire.
That's fine. Okay,
Benedict's gonna look at Ssah'ra and say, "Are we going for it?" And then look at the ship.
Ssah'ra is not doing the mangonel. Ssah'ra.
Yeah.
So how far away is ship 2?
A little over 100 feet, probably.
Okay, so if I were to have 60 feet of flight and I were to dash, I could get there?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
It was just barely outside of ballista range. Ballista range is 120, so I'll say that's fair.
Okay, yeah, so unless I can do a thing where, like, Peach Mary vortex warps and then I jump 60 feet in midair so I can keep my action?
No. you can fly 120 feet with an action, with a dash. I don't think vortex warp... It has to move you to a space, is the problem.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, and if you move somebody in full play to the water, that's just a bad idea.
If you
Actually,
want
I was
Peach
gonna ask
Berry
you
to
to do
vortex
that.
you, warp you down to the water, that's fine. But then you just wave goodbye.
Actually, about that.
Yeah, no, Ssah'ra tells Benny that, no, I'm going to go pay ship 2 a visit.
So you guys aren't
Benny was-
firing
Benny was
mangonel
also-
on this
Yeah.
on the seat's turn.
Yeah.
Are we firing any ballista?
Like, at least
Somebody
one
should.
ballista.
Somebody needs to deal with that fire.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. But that would break me out of the turn, and the deceit's turn would end anyway.
I'm also going to remind you guys that you
Just
have
send the 3 crew members you have.
Yeah, that's what I.
you have Phil and
I could-
Ronald
yeah.
on the deck, both of whom have longbows and are proficient. You're within longbow range of the ships now.
So how many people is he going to take to deal with the fire?
Just one person to get to that space
Okay,
and take
so-
action.
Nazirr, have the other person on the ballista with you go deal with the fire. Have the other 2 people
Yeah.
fire the ballista.
Yeah,
and
News
have
can go deal with the
one-
fire.
Yeah, Noose
Yeah.
can go deal with the fire.
Okay.
Can I actually? So, Peachberry can vortex warp someone 60 feet.
Sure.
90 feet.
And
90 feet.
90 feet. Can she send me as far as she can towards, as far as is possible towards ship 2 into the water?
Yeah. That's where you want to be.
Yeah. I want Benny to be roughly here.
Benny, why are you going to go steal my glory?
Because Sahn can take care of it on his own, and
Sahn
I'm
has
a little
multiple
more-
buffs.
I'm a little more reserved about Ssah'ra's chances.
So go ahead and place yourself over here where you want to be. She's going to vortex warp you just off the bow. She's going to trust that you know what you're doing.
Yep. Well,
You-
I mean, I have 80 feet of movement if I dash, so I can get to the ship. I have a swim speed.
Okay, you can do it on your turn. You can move. So you're in the water
Yeah,
for
which is
now.
just coming up. So
So Noose went down to douse this fire.
Yeah,
So
and
you're-
we're gonna fire one ballista at
Say the crew on ship 2.
yeah, crew on ship 2.
Okay.
Still a disadvantage, I believe.
Ship
Yeah.
2 is just barely outside of ballista range.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, ballistas have been champ this go around. That's a 9 to hit.
9 will not hit.
Yeah, that's gonna do it for the crew then, I guess.
Okay.
Is this
Phil and
fire
Ronald
split?
can fire if they want.
Yeah. Do we have their stat blocks to hand?
Let's see here. Ronald. I can roll for Ronald.
I can post their stat blocks for you.
Bill with an F. I found him.
Okay.
Oh, that's a crit for Ronald.
Okay.
One was
What's
D8,
he
right?
firing at? Presumably at crew?
True. Yeah.
On which ship? 1 or 2?
2.
2.
San's got 1 taken care of.
Probably.
What is a longbow? D8.
Yeah.
Yep.
10 damage. 10 piercing.
Okay, that's good for 1 crewman.
Does he get to attack twice?
No, he's activating as part of the crew, so each of the crew is
Okay.
able to fire once.
Okay, that's wrong.
Okay. All right then. Can Phil get the benefit of Hunter's Mark?
Is there
Just mark the boat.
is there an effective range on Hunter's Mark?
Might be 60.
Okay, yeah, then strike that.
Yeah.
All right,
good.
yeah, he's gonna take a
Oh,
shot and roll on that one.
90 feet, but still,
You got it. Thank you.
still out of range.
And,
And he rolled a nat 1 to hit.
And then Noose is going to put out this fire this turn.
Yeah.
And is that it for the Deceit's turn?
Yeah.
Who's next?
Next is Nazirr.
Nazirr is going to wild shape into a let's see, I wanted something with a good swim speed. Hang on, I have to check
guppy.
my-
A Magikarp.
No, I think a 60-foot swimming speed dolphin is a good pick. Yeah, she's gonna dive off the edge, wild shape into a dolphin.
Nerium goes
And-
over and wait for me.
He's gonna start swimming toward ship 2.
Okay.
Nerium's like, well, shit.
Do you want Nerium to be riding on?
Nerium just wants to ride a dolphin.
No, she got 2 already.
I'm going to allow riding a dolphin because I've seen it in Like a Dragon, which is the most realistic game.
You've seen in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth too.
That's not realistic though.
Haven't
Yeah,
you
that's
also
good.
seen Crystallis?
I mean, I've also been to SeaWorld. So you're swimming towards the ship, not with Nerium hanging on.
Not with Nerium, yeah.
Not with Nerium. I wouldn't let her ride me either. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Also, that would count as like, but it could be argued it would count as romantic contact with a character with a lower charisma score than she has.
He's riding the top, not the bottom.
The hole's on the top. I've seen it.
That's not how dolphins work, I think. You have an elemental.
Yeah, I do have an elemental.
Yeah,
how's the?
I don't know what they're gonna do about this elemental.
Let's see. Hang on. Let me roll a d6 first for reasons that will probably be okay. Sure. Okay. I don't know if I could gather up 4 dudes for another whelm. Could I?
Probably not, because Sahn is like the deck's starting to thin out quite a bit after Sahn got up here and started wrecking shop as well.
Then yeah. What the elemental is going to do is he's going to jump off and dive back into the water and make for ship 2.
Okay.
Water elemental can move 90 feet underwater.
Then if it uses its dash action, it can get all the way to the ship and up onto the deck.
Yeah.
Sahn, you no longer have backup.
I'm okay with that.
All right.
He's good at working solo.
I've got 2 people who are concentrating on spells for me. I've got a lot of backup.
Yeah, that's gonna conclude Nazirr and friend's turn.
Who's next?
Next is ship 1.
Ship 1.
Good luck, ship 1.
Sahn.
Mhm.
The captain emerges A large, muscular woman with a plumed hat. Absolutely indignant. She has saving throws against being frightened. Are you visible at the moment?
No.
No. Then she's going to use her action to make an active perception at disadvantage to locate you.
Okay.
What's your passive stealth score?
My passive stealth score is 17.
17.
Would it be +5 because he's invisible?
If the invisibility advantage increases it, then it's +5 for 20.
22.
Then yeah, she has no way to find out where you are. As she barks orders to the remaining men on the ship, there's one dead officer. There's 5 more guys trapped in a bubble. A bunch of dudes are like floating out in the water, having been thrown out there by the elemental.
The sphere, by the way, they can move the sphere at half of their speed.
I'm just writing them out.
Yeah. I'm gonna kick them off the edge. They weigh a pound, so if we just get a light breeze picking up, they can get blown off to the edge.
Right, we're just
I remember
They
Razu
just
did
float
this
off
one
into
where
the
she
sky.
punted somebody so hard in a vault in a sphere of force.
So yeah, we're writing them off. But when the captain is shouting out her orders, you recognize the voice is the one that was amplified talking all that shit earlier.
Okay.
Crew is going to activate. I'll give Crew a perception check to see if they can locate you. That's a little better, actually. It's not going to beat your, 22?
23.
23?
Or 22. You're right, 22.
22? Yeah, it's not going to beat your 22. I'm going to activate the Crew again, I think. I mean, that's the best thing they can do.
I can start shooting random squares.
With who?
Oh.
That's functionally what they're doing, going around the ship with their swords
Yeah.
slashing out in front of them. No. So they spend their turn doing that. The crew is in absolute disarray. That was ship 1. I used all 3 actions to try to locate Sahn to no avail.
Yeah, good luck,
Perfect.
right?
Who's next?
Next is Benny. How far is Benny from the ship if I'm already 90 feet there?
90 feet away. If you've moved 90 feet from the ship.
180 feet?
I was 120 feet.
Yeah, it was 100. You said 120 last turn.
It looks like you're about 100 feet away from the ship where your marker is. So if that's where your marker is supposed to be, each of these squares is about 100 feet. That's what I'm basing this on. So
What's the total distance between the 2 ships?
I mean, each
Yeah,
of
what
these
is this distance?
each of these squares is 100 feet. So
Okay,
Right.
so it is.
eyeball it and you tell me.
Like 150?
Okay, so I have 90 left. That's more than I wanted.
Well, If it's 150 minus 90, you have 60 feet.
60.
Oh, yeah.
If it's 180, what is it? 150 or 180? It matters.
It's we'll just say 150, right? Like it looks like 100. Like last turn it was 120, but we'll say 150.
Okay, well then I'm 60 feet away.
Let's
with
put
the
it
dash-
this way. What do you want to do on this turn? Instead of
I have
getting lost in the math.
If I dash, I have 80 feet of movement. I want to get on deck.
So you're not taking any actions on deck because you're dashing. Is that correct?
I'm just dashing. I'm just
Okay.
gonna get there. Yeah,
Then I can get you to climb up on the deck.
that's good enough.
Who's next?
Next is Ssah'ra, who's flying somewhere and might be muted.
But if the ship is not 120 feet, then I can't fly up there this turn.
Which ship are you trying to get to? 1 or 2?
I was gonna try to get the ship too.
Okay, so 100 feet would be about here. And then this looks like another 50 or 60 feet from that point.
Yeah, I'm
Each-
just asking. Last time when I
Each
asked,
of these squares is 100 feet. I don't know how many times I can say that over and over again. Each square is
With
100
last turn.
feet.
Yeah, never. It doesn't matter.
Well, keep flying.
Yeah, I can only fly 120 feet. It's a jump. It's not a flight.
What's the wording on your thing? You might be able to action surge and get across.
I'm not using my action surge for that.
Why not? That's pretty action awesome.
So Ssah'ra wants to remain on deck.
No, sir. I was going to jump to ship 1 because that is within 120 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, Ssah'ra would just sink if she landed 30 feet from the ship.
Yeah, like that's why.
Frickin' Spider-Man.
Go ahead and place your marker at ship 1 over here.
Where's my marker? So yeah, she's gonna jump on the deck of ship 1, and then the captain's on deck.
The captain and the active crew on deck are actively looking for a terrorist infiltrator.
They found her.
She's gonna land in a giant thunk of plate mail with a spear and a sword.
Okay.
Glare at the captain and say, "Surrender or die."
The captain draws her sword. And now that they have a target to attack, they've got someone to activate on next turn.
Oh, that's fine. How many people are on deck?
Do you have an action remaining?
I have an action surge.
If you action surge, you use your action to make a perception check. I'll give you an accurate count of how many people are on deck.
I don't need an accurate count. Are there people close?
Probably about a dozen. Oh yeah, you can attack as many of these crewmen as you've got actions to attack. As many swings as you can take.
Okay, and she's gonna action surge.
I think you take 3, right?
It's an attack, a bonus, second attack, and a bonus attack.
Yeah, if you roll well, you can get 3 of these guys down.
Yeah, so that's what she's gonna go do.
I'm not awarding experience points for individual crewmen though.
Well, I mean, yeah, unless she can go to the captain. But
what I'm doing mechanically is lowering the ship's crew stat as you remove these jabronis.
As you take dudes out.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think action surge does give me additional move, doesn't it?
No, it
Just
doesn't.
No.
action and bonus, but I will let you use the action and bonus action to attack the crew without having to move.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
You can just drop down on the deck amidst these fools.
First attack is going to be a 12.
12 will hits.
Okay. That's going to be 9 points of piercing damage.
Not enough to kill him.
And
bigger numbers.
Just for the sake of it, 6 points of force damage.
Oh, that'll kill him.
If you don't kill the first guy you hit when you land like that,
like what are you even doing here, right?
Yeah, there's
Right.
no point. Second attack. It's going to be a 20.
That'll hit.
Yeah, it's 9 points.
9's not enough.
No, it's not. But then there's a butt.
Get him with the butt.
That's going to be a 16.
All right, that'll be enough.
Yeah, that'll be 7 points.
All right. So Ssah'ra is engaged with the crew on ship 1.
It's Nerium's up next.
Who's left on the deck of the Deceit? Just Nerium?
Yeah.
It's like Nerium, Ronald, Noose,
Nerium.
Phil, Gary.
Tenacity drops a hand on your shoulder. Are you going over there?
If you could get me over there, I'll go, but I don't have a way to get over there by myself.
Let's see if she can do that. I believe she can.
With
She
Dimension Door? Probably. I think Dimension Door does.
We got water elemental and
See, on the ship's next turn, Tenacity activates with the ship.
what is tenacity going to do?
If you want to go over there, she'll send you through a Dimension Door.
Okay.
She instructs you to bring back one of their captains alive.
Just one?
She only needs the one.
Gotcha.
And to pass that message along to Sahn and Ssah'ra, who are wreaking havoc. So her plan is she wants to scuttle one ship, loot the other one, and take what prisoners she can, but only from one ship.
In that case, I'm going to if I hold an action for a spell, can that spell affect creatures through the dimension door?
If we were in a dungeon, I would probably say no. But because we're like abstracting ship combat, I'll allow it for this in this occasion. Because what I'm envisioning is on Tenacity's turn, she opens up a dimension door, and that's when Nerium steps through it and unleashes the spell.
How long does a dimension door last?
Just a few moments, I thought.
Yeah, it's
It's
an
like- it's
instantaneous thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's instantaneous. It's not like open up like
Yes.
does it end at the end of her round?
Yes,
Can
it'll close after you.
So what I plan on doing is this is what I plan on doing. You tell me if this works or not.
Yeah.
I plan on item crashing the captain and making them walk through the gate to us.
That's not going to work. Dimension door won't be open that long. It's basically open long enough for a party of characters to move through in one round, more or
Gotcha.
less.
You could item crash to make the captain surrender.
But yeah, Tenacity, her instructions to you is she's going to send you through is strike their colors, take their captain prisoner, scuttle the ship. If you strike their colors, the other ship will probably flee.
Okay.
With Benny still
Gotcha.
on it.
All right.
And a water elemental.
Don't flee with Benny.
Benny can swim. It's fine.
I mean, they could probably take the other ship.
Yeah, take both ships. Come on, Benny.
Yeah.
Because Nazir's going over there too.
And Nazir's on
Already
his
water
way.
elemental here. Yeah.
Ssah'ra's going to jump to the other ship after this captain.
Well, Nerium will then yell at somebody to get her some manacles or something.
Okay. They can be provided. You can have those.
All right.
So you're holding your action to go through and item crash their captain.
Yes.
All right, who's next?
Next is ship 2.
Ship 2, I need to probably activate crew multiple times. They still have most all their crew.
Yeah, we'll work on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Benny.
Yeah.
I can't fire at you, but I can mob you with crewmen this round because you just arrived, is my recollection.
Howdy, here I am.
Hey guys, what's up? It's your
Yeah,
boy.
what's
I got a
going
5 to
on?
hit. I have a 6 to hit. I have a 17 to hit.
No.
No, and I have a 21 to hit.
21 will hit.
5 points of damage from the scimitar. Same deal against the water elemental. That's a nat 20.
That'll hit.
A 19.
That'll hit.
That's a 16.
Yep.
And a 13.
That one will miss. So crit and 2 hits.
13 points of slashing damage from the first hit.
I'll make that 6.
4 points from the second hit.
Make that 2.
6 points from the third hit.
Make that 3.
Then 4 crossbow bolts. So 19 to hit.
Yes.
8, 10, and 11 are not going to hit.
No.
9 points of crossbow bolt damage.
Make that 4.
Okay. Benny, you've also got the Master at Arms and the Captain to deal with on this ship. The Master of Arms is going to move forward and engage you next round.
Yep.
The Captain is not in evidence at the moment. So that was active. That was 2 crew activations. There's no one really to sail. I guess I could fire their other mangonel. I might as well. Oh, there's a dolphin in the water. They can fire.
That mangonel was destroyed. Oh, they had 2.
They have 2. They have 2 on each ship and 7 ballistas on each ship. They came packing mundane weapons to a fight they did not realize was going to be filled with magic.
To be fair, they came packing a lot of weapons.
I have a nat 1 to hit that dolphin.
It's not going to hit a dolphin, sorry.
Mangonel stone splashes down next to you. So that was ship 2, and then we're back to the
Bat
top.
it back with your tail. Next is Sahn.
I'm going to activate the cloak and as a bonus action, manifest transduction and pull their flag down.
Okay.
So maybe, sorry, I have to mark off the cloak charge. And then I get to shoot the captain a whole bunch.
Sure.
So this is a, let's see, invisible sharpshooter with a heavy crossbow.
So this is
I don't
greater
know what-
invisibility, right? So you're invisible
Yeah.
till when?
Till
For a minute.
Okay.
Until
For, like-
Nerium loses concentration.
6 more
Or
times.
till someone
Yeah.
punches Nerium in the face.
Yeah.
So that'll hit an armor class of 23,
That'll hit.
dealing 20 8. No. What is this? Plus 15. 24 piercing damage.
Okay.
I have a second attack that misses, 3 and a 2. And I have a third attack from haste that hits an armor class of 16.
16 will hit.
18 piercing damage.
Okay.
That is the end of my turn. I'm going to move 30 feet so it's less obvious where I'm standing.
Sure.
All right, next is the ship's turn.
Ship
Deceit.
1. Oh, Deceit's turn. Yes.
Deceit.
The
Yeah,
seat's
I
turn.
realize I need to be specific.
That's we can get a
None of the party
ballista
members
shot
are
off.
on the Deceit anymore, are they?
yeah. Doesn't
Well,
look
just
like it.
Nerium.
So Nerium
Gonna have
blips over because that's one ship action is going to be to cast Dimension Door.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know which
Peach
ship
Berry
she's sending
take
me
cover.
to, but
Yeah, which ship were you going to do?
Tennessi is sending her to ship 1. The idea being that you guys almost have that one wrapped up. She wants you to strike the colors from that ship, take the captain and any men prisoner, and then ship
All right,
2 will sail off.
I already got their colors.
Nerium gives Tenacity a leggy bow and says, "For you, my lady," and runs through, and
So that's going to trigger Nerium's held action.
which is to item crash the captain and tell her to.
So when you say item crash,
dominate.
what are you doing?
I'm dominating person,
Dominate person. Okay.
so she just fails, and
So she doesn't get a
Yeah.
save because you're using all the charges,
yeah, I'm using the item crash.
dumping into it. Okay.
And so, yeah, she's beguiled unless she's somehow immune to charm.
No, she's not.
I tell her to surrender and strike her colors and tell her men to stand down, and also toss her some manacles and ask her to put them on.
All those things happen. And the remaining men standing around bewildered as they watch their captain throw down her weapon, throw down her big hat, and call for
Which
manacles.
Nerium picks up. And then
She's
she
the captain now.
she walks over because this is a concentration spell. So Sahn appears. She walks over and she like puts it on top of Sahn's hat.
So Sahn is now
So he's
is visible and wearing 2 hats.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
So Nerium turns around. Sahn's the captain now.
Captain Sahn. So the Deceit still has 2 actions.
A question: did ship 2 advance on its last turn?
No, it didn't. It's
Okay.
it's using all of its actions to fight this. They were boarded.
They in trouble.
They are in trouble.
They're about to be in more trouble.
So this is
Ballista shots.
you can fire ballista shots.
We could do 1 at least because the crew's still
You've only got 2
Crew's
people
still-
up there at the ballista.
kind of occupied at the moment. Yeah, Noose is gonna look
Common Ronald.
suave the whole time.
Ballista shot on the crew of ship 2.
Yeah.
You can do that. I'd roll this at
Common-
disadvantage. Neither ship is advanced at all.
Yep. There's a nat 20 that I got to throw away,
that's
Yeah, it
too bad.
happens. Right?
but that's still a 21 to hit,
That'll hit.
and the crew takes 11 points of piercing damage.
Good enough for one of their
on ship
crewmen.
2.
Can Tom and Ronald get up and fire the mangonel?
Yeah.
Okay.
If they're not doing anything
Hell
else.
yeah.
Let's.
I'll say it's
see.
appropriate for Tom to get on a mangonel at this point.
So
Yeah,
that's plus
it's-
5 to
it's-
hit.
It's
Yeah,
not
you
closer than 60 feet, so yeah,
Yeah, you're
Uh,
pretty normal attack.
they can do a straight up normal attack.
19 to hit. 19 to hit.
Yeah, 19 hits. What are you targeting? 19 hits everything.
For the crew. The crew.
Oh yeah, they have an AC of crew.
And that's 5, right? 5d10.
Yeah.
So I'm allowing the mangonel shots to kill more than one crewman if you can breach 20 points of damage.
That makes sense.
If Ssah'ra hits somebody for 20 points of damage, I'm only giving her 1. But a mangonel stone hitting the deck and bouncing overboard, I can envision
28.
That. 28? Yeah, that'll take out 2 guys. They just Wilhelm scream over the side of the deck.
Then he turns around. He sees Tom. Tom raising gives him a thumbs up.
That's the Deceit's turn. Who's next?
Next is Nazirr.
Nazirr can dash 80 feet toward the toward ship 2.
Okay, so you're about most of the way there now.
The other question I have with that is, can I, as a bonus, can I still use my orc features even while? No, never mind. Strike that. That sounds stupid. Why am I asking dumb questions?
There are no dumb questions. Only dumb people.
Elemental got his whelm back last turn, so he's gonna go ahead and whelm this crew.
Yeah, he can very easily get 4 guys here.
Yeah, so I need all 4 of them to make strength saving throws.
Let's do that. I have 1 pass out of 4 saves.
All right, well, he's gonna get shunted out of melee range with the elemental, but I don't think he takes damage.
This is another attack I'm allowing to kill multiple crew if you clear the damage on it.
Yeah.
Which is how much damage?
If successful, target is pushed out of the elemental space, but he still takes the damage. So, 2d8 plus 4. 14 points of bludgeoning damage to each of those guys.
Okay. That's good for 4 guys.
Yep. Water elemental's good.
All right, who's next?
Yeah, they are good.
Next is ship 1.
Ship 1 is neutralized. No longer has a captain. The remaining crew are throwing down their weapons.
Okay, next is Benny. Benny vanishes after. Well, I'm gonna bonus action.
You just got here.
Well, he's gonna teleport, so I'm doing wild magic. Get this out of the way. And for once, I'm really hoping for a fireball. What do I got? I got 19.
17.
Oh, that's actually kind of funny. Okay, 19. So I cast Grease centered on myself.
Okay.
I don't know what the radius is on that. And then I
10 foot
immediately
square.
I immediately disappear.
Okay, so the half of the deck is greasy now.
Yeah.
Is that it for Benny?
That's it.
All right, who's next?
Ssah'ra.
Ssah'ra.
So since this ship is neutralized,
Yeah.
she's gonna bonus action the telekinetic leap and jump to ship 2.
Okay, go ahead and move yourself down there.
She's gonna land on the non-greased part of the deck.
That's fair.
That would be funny.
Just lands and slips off and splashes in the water and sinks.
That's something that Benny would do for Ssah'ra.
So she had to dash to get over there. Is that correct?
If I ever, what's that?
She had to dash to get over there. Is that correct?
It looks like it's within 60 feet, but if it's not, let me know.
That's about 100 because each square is 100 feet.
Okay. Then yeah, she'd have to dash to go over there.
Okay, so you're on the deck of the ungreased part of this deck.
Yes. And I already used my action surge.
Wasted it.
Oh, that looks sick.
Yeah, you land, you demand surrender, you kill some crew.
Yeah, who's next?
Next is Nerium.
Well, Nerium is now on the deck of the first ship.
Ship 1.
Yep. She basically is sitting on the captain like a chair
Mhm.
and advising everybody to I don't know. Like she's basically Nerium is gonna stay over here and start the remaining crew start bundling them up, I guess.
Okay.
Shouldn't you demand the ship sail towards the Deceit since the Deceit can't sail?
Well, the Deceit's main mast is going to have to be repaired. It's going to be It's going to be It's going to be stuck here until those repairs are done.
Yeah, so shouldn't you demand that ship 1 kind of move next to the Deceit to be aborted?
I mean, you can if you want to start getting that going and move ship 1 closer so it can be boarded properly.
All right. Well, Sahn's the captain now.
Oh.
Nerium's his temporary he's temporary captain. I'm temporary first mate. So,
Okay.
you know what? I'm just gonna be like I've just for the next minute. I'm just using the captain as a chair.
Got it.
Like she's bent over and I'm sitting on her.
Beautiful. Who's next?
Eyeing the crew. Yeah.
Who's next?
Next is ship 2.
So ship 2 is going to use all 3 of its actions to sail away.
I don't think it's going to get very far.
Yeah, that's not.
Oop.
Oh. You moving us
To
away?
represent it going away, yeah.
So...
Yeah, it hasn't taken much physical damage.
It has not. I'm just trying to get a sense of where I can... Oh, 50 feet. Yeah, so it can... 100 and about 50 feet.
It doesn't realize who it's kidnapping.
So what is the intent of the 3 people aboard ship 2? Like, what is your plan? Actually, Nazirr, you're not on the ship. You were back here still. You
Yeah.
were swimming to it. So now you're just all alone.
Ssah'ra plans to take control of the ship.
Yeah, Benny does too.
Okay.
We're going to sail it back and loot it.
All right. Then what I'm going to do is condense the initiative, because Nazirr, you can't catch this ship.
No, best thing I could do is double around to ship 1 and then de-wild shape once I get on deck.
Even if you dashed as much as you can every round, you're not going to be able to catch the
80
ship.
feet, yeah. The best speed I can make is 80 feet around.
So we have a water elemental, Ssah'ra and Benny on the ship. They still have all their crew and quartermaster and captain.
I mean, they have all their crew.
They have most of their crew. They have some of their crew.
Saltburn.
They have a-
Saltburn.
Yeah,
Saltburn blew up a Mangonel. Yeah.
Saltburn did break a Mangadel, yeah.
I think they've actually done about half crew almost. But they have enough crew to still mob some of these characters. So what I'm going to do then is let's condense the initiative order down. So the Deceit is not going to take any more actions. Nazir's not going to take any more actions. Ship 1's not going to take any more actions. Nerium's not going to take any more actions.
Can the Deceit
Can I get
Nazirr
one more
will-
action?
To do
I'm
what?
gonna
will
pick
be
up
on-
the sphere like a basketball and dunk it in the ocean.
Fine.
Spin it in my hand and then dunk it.
Zir can still take because they still have the elemental.
Well, yeah, but your elemental... oh, I see what you're saying. Leave you on the order then.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah,
though
leave
it's
me on
not
the order
really
to-
you.
For the
Can-
elemental.
So where were we? Sorry.
Back at the top of the order. Now
Okay,
let's-
so
question.
Nazir's elemental.
Can the Deceit not fire the Mangonel as this thing tries to flee?
I'm going to just to simplify things, we're just going to zoom into ship 2.
Okay.
Because remember, on the Deceit, Tenacity is giving the order to let ship 2 go. She wants it to sail off.
Yeah, we never got those words.
No, you did not.
Yeah, we didn't get those orders.
So, elemental.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. Let me roll a d6 for some reason.
That's a good number.
Oh, that's a good number.
Okay.
Yeah, let's sploosh over to some sailors.
I'll give you a D4 plus 1 sailors if you want to try to whelm. Because
yeah.
they were
that's what I
mobbing him, but you killed all the ones that were mobbing him.
D4 plus 1, that's 5. So 5 strength saving throws.
Wow. That's more than can mob him.
One guy gets clipped like just.
I think it's a large creature.
Oh.
That's true. That's 3 saves, though.
It is. Oh, I'm having issues here.
Have your issues, please.
Yeah, so DC 15 strength saving
I've got
throw.
3 passes.
Okay, so they're still going to take the damage, but they will not get grappled. That was a low roll. That's 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right, I'll give you 1 crewman for that.
And I can grab 2 medium or smaller creatures.
So you're gonna grab 2 of the guys.
Yep.
Okay.
And they are restrained and unable to breathe, unless they happen to be a water breathing race.
No, these are all humans and human adjacent. So that's the elemental. Who's next?
Next is Benny. Benny's gonna appear behind the quartermaster.
Okay.
And attack him.
Sure.
I
Well, the
have a
master at
22,
arms.
22 to hit.
22 will hit.
All right. Finally, we're gonna smite. I don't get this many dice. Six slashing.
Okay.
9 radiant.
9 radiant. Okay. You
And I'll attack
engage
again.
the master at arms. Okay.
Can I split my attack with? Oh, never mind. I have a 18 to hit.
That'll hit.
I'll do it again. 4 slashing.
Okay.
16 radiant.
Only 16, huh?
Only 16.
The master at arms is bloodied.
All right. That's Benny.
All right. Who's next?
Next is Ssah'ra.
Is the captain on deck?
Will be next round.
Okay, well, for this round then, so question, if Ssah'ra kills the person steering the ship,
Mm-hmm.
will that have any effect, or will somebody else just come
Won't
take
have
the wheel?
won't have any effects. It only takes 1 crewman to man the helm.
Burn the sails.
You could attack the sails, yeah.
They don't have a damage threshold.
They don't. They got a lot of hit points.
They have
though.
100 hit points, but
Yeah, no, I think she's gonna go.
You only got a spear, so you're just like poking holes in it.
I mean, she could go set fire to it, but
So what are you doing?
actually, what would happen if she did set fire to the sails?
They would take damage.
Okay.
it'd be slow, but it'd work.
It
Yeah.
would be slow, but it would slow them down for sure.
If you can do 100 fire damage, the sails aren't vulnerable to anything, so you still have to do 100 damage with the fire.
Yeah, it's gonna take forever. Then.
It'll take several turns.
Yeah, no, she's gonna go kill the master at arms.
All right, do it. He is bloodied.
Come join me. It's fun.
So with power attack, that is a 19.
19
Sorry,
hit.
17.
17 will also hit.
Okay. That is going to be 17 points of piercing and 8 points of force.
And that's enough. You bring down their master at arms.
Second attack, if the captain's not visible, she will try to take out one of the crew.
Sure, there's plenty of crewmen around.
Is an 11 going to hit?
11 will hit, yes.
Okay.
They have an AC of crew.
What armor are they wearing?
Oh, he's going to take 19 points of spear damage.
Not leather armor. Yeah, that's enough for one guy.
And then she is going to go smack another crewman in the face.
Okay.
with The butt of her spear.
With the butt.
What do you mean? What kind of armor are they wearing? They're not crazy people who are running around the ocean wearing plate mail.
I'm sorry. I thought full plate was the standard accoutrement for plate mail.
Is it 16? Is 16 to hit?
Sarah's not running anywhere. She doesn't have legs.
Yeah, I forgot.
16?
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, that's going to be 18 points of piercing damage.
Okay. that's
Or
good
no,
for-
bludgeoning damage, I'm sorry.
Good for another one. So Sarah's going crazy on deck. Who's next?
Next
Shit.
is Shitu.
So the captain emerges from below deck. The captain is wearing a very large, let's say rotund man, wearing a grease-stained bib adorned with the same colors as the heraldry. So the blue field with a ship flying a flag on the flag. His hands and face are covered in grease, and he has a half-eaten turkey leg in his hand. As he comes up from below deck, throws up his hands. "Stop, my men! Stand down! We surrender! There shall be no more violence! And he surrenders the vessel. So the question then becomes, this is the immediate question. I want to resolve this first. Benny and Ssah'ra and this technically Nazirr, because he's an elemental, you three are being unsupervised on ship 2. You're kind of are coloring outside the lines at the moment. The question is, do you allow this captain to surrender or not?
Well, Benny has manacles on him, so he will manacle the captain.
Okay.
So here is Ssah'ra's concern.
Yeah.
If we take the ship back, so what does Ssah'ra actually understand what Tenacity wants? Did she hear Nerium say that she only wants one captain?
It was chaos. Ssah'ra heard whatever she wanted to hear.
Okay,
Ssah'ra...
so Ssah'ra's concern is that if they take the captain back, Tenacity might let him and the ship go. So she would rather just kill the captain and then we can sink the ship.
Okay.
Benny's going to say, let's let her make the decision.
So Ssah'ra wants to kill this guy. Benny wants to let Tenacity decide what to do with him. Is that what I heard?
Correct.
Okay, for the record...
Regrettably, I can't do anything with the elemental.
So,
I can't issue commands to it.
Ssah'ra will offer to...
So is the elemental still violently attacking the crew this whole time?
Yeah.
For the next hour?
Nazirr, roll me roll me 2d6.
Sure.
I mean, if you're chasing the boat, you'll get there eventually.
The boat has to stop moving. The captain has surrendered the ship and told his men to stand down. So I want to determine how many more of these assholes does
Nazirr could catch up if it's slowed down.
Let's do 1d6 then.
Okay.
Let's do 1d6 guys that the elemental removes by the time Nazirr...
3.
So 3 more of the crew. Okay.
Benny, Ssah'ra will offer to rock, paper, scissors you to see what we do with the captain.
Well, before you make a decision or do anything with the captain, what he tells you is that his ship, the Dandy Lance, doesn't have anything valuables. It just has provisions, supplies, ammunition, that sort of thing. That the captain, a Commodore, I suppose would be the actual title, on the other ship, the Mountsea Panther, has the valuables, the gold, the magical plunder secured, and the Commodore is worth a second pile of gold in ransom. So what he's saying is, let me and my ship get away clean and surrender. You're not going to gain anything by taking me down anyway. That's his argument.
I don't trust you.
Is he just like blabbing to save his skin?
It's up, probably.
Yeah.
It's
no
check. I'm not going to allow a check here. It's up to you whether you believe him or not, or even if you do believe him, whether that factors into your decision.
So here's Benny's line of reasoning.
Let Benny go first.
Here's Benny's line of reasoning here. They attacked them, which put his husband to be under threat. They have been written off. There is no recompense for that.
Okay.
So it is up to Tenacity to decide their fate. He's going to follow orders.
Ssah'ra's answer is, what does it take to knock him out?
Absolutely nothing. If you want to knock him out, I'll just let you do it.
Then Ssah'ra's answer is she knocks him out.
Okay. So he pleading for his life with a turkey leg in his hand. But there's no valuables. So yeah, you bring your hammer down. At this time, you guys turn around. The elemental's still going crazy on the back of the ship.
At this point, Nazirr would actually pop up out of the water in dolphin form. Do a sick flip, land on the thing on the deck, and revert into orc form.
No roll required to do a sick flip. Dolphins can do that.
Nazirr, I got you a wedding present.
Benny's been practicing Intimidate, so he's going to try this. He's going to demand that the crew sail the ship towards the sea. Okay. And anyone who tries to do otherwise will be cut down.
And similar orders are being given over on the first ship?
Yeah.
Okay. Where Nerium is sitting.
Sahn has also ordered them to bring all of their sail repairing equipment and treasure to the deck.
So over the course of the next 20 or 30 minutes or so, as you guys are getting organized on the ship, bring the encounter to the close. For the record, Tenacity had Flame Strike ready to go. If they had tried to ram, she would have brought that. I think Flame Strike is enough to sink a ship, probably.
Oh God, yeah.
Flame Strike doesn't hit objects, actually.
No, but there's
Remember we were using it
but there's
on
lots
our descending sail ship because it wouldn't burn the sail.
lots of crew running around on that deck, though.
Yeah,
you're
the
right,
crew
though.
would have a bad day.
Flame Strike doesn't ignite, does it?
Yeah.
No.
Again, we were using that specifically for that purpose the last time we were on a ship.
It's still like it's a level 9 spell.
Her other big spell that you don't want her to cast. You're having a real bad day if she busts this out, but she also has Circle of Death.
Yeah. I mean, Peachberry
spicy.
could just fly above the ship and put a pointing lightning bolt straight down. Like, there's no end to the magical mayhem we can cause if we want.
Yeah.
Right. They had your advantage when you were at that range, when you were outgunned, but if you close in within 60 feet, I think...
It's over. Yeah.
So the ship that Benny and Ssah'ra and Nazir's water friend took is called the Dandylance. Going through the log, the captain's name is Peliwick Formbuckle. He's a big fat nobleman playing at pirate, way out of his element. Privateer, technically, way out of his element. Definitely not qualified. Most of the crew already despise him. His superior is the captain of the Mountsea Panther. That's the ship that Sahn and Nerium took. Her name is Hermenia Wilkins. And she's the real deal. She is, up until recently, a naval fleet commander. She retired from that life and took a privateer's writ and was told, you all come to learn, because she's dominated and some of her crew are still around, some of the mates, come to learn that Melvin Ponce's naval fleet is kind of split into 3 factions. One is engaged with harassing orcs up and down the coast. One is protecting ports. And the third has kind of broken away and gone privateer. They've heard that the pirate kingdom in the north has recently been taken. And so now the North Seas are open for exploitation. That's why they're here. Aboard
That's
the
not good.
ship. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have a DMG handy. I'm going to need that because you guys are about to roll some treasure.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
The way I see it, we scuttle one and send all the survivors back on the other.
Yeah, I guess we wouldn't necessarily be believers in slavery, would we?
Why don't we just
We could just kill them.
sink both ships?
Well, let's deal with the treasure first, and then because the survivors are out of your hands. That's not your call.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, if we're up to Nazirr, then no, he's down. He's down for he's down for what Ssah'ra's putting down.
All right. Who wants to roll me 4d6?
I don't have 4d6 handy, so
I can
whoever
do
can
it.
get to it first.
I'm typing it into my log, so go for it.
Ah, I got them.
You're fine. Ooh,
That's a 13.
13? 13,000 gold in coin aboard this ship. So it's had some success down here, because you guys are pretty close to Southling waters.
This is where all the gold lives, I see.
So they've had some success. Some of this would have been treasure that they had aboard. Some of this is treasure that they've taken probably from other Southling vessels of competing kingdoms. All right, somebody roll me a percentile.
Sure, I got that right here.
Higher is better.
How about 91?
91
That's pretty high.
Pretty good. Why don't you give me 3d6, please?
I'll do it.
Somebody can do that. Yeah.
14.
14?
Yep.
An additional treasure are 14 gemstones worth 100 gold each. And now roll me a d4.
I'll do it. 1.
1.
Regrettable.
Regrettable.
Ah, we did pretty good elsewhere.
Roll me percentile. Nazirr,
I'll
you do
do
it.
it. Actually, Destil, you do it.
You got a bunch
Destil,
here.
you do
Go
it.
for it.
That would be a 20.
A 20.
Did you get?
That didn't look like a roll.
Didn't look like it rolled.
I hit the R button.
You hit the R button and it rolled.
Ah,
Okay.
20.
Just looks like they just flipped right
It
over.
looked like
Yep,
it flipped them right up. Yeah.
He can't type 20 with one button.
I don't know how you do that with multiple dice, even.
Treble, why are you pulling those out?
Oh,
There's
that's
already
just
enough
like-
crap on the.
Okay.
We need to
The only magic item in the hold is an item called a Sentinel Shield. So shield doesn't require attunement. While you're holding it, or you're equipped with it, you have advantage on initiative rolls and perception checks. That's what they've got as far as magic.
Oh, I might forego my. Is it made of metal?
What answer to that question is more advantageous to you?
No.
Then yeah, it's made out of wood. Made out of whatever you need it to be made out of. If you'd like to use it, I want you to be able to use it.
Because Nazirr can't use metal weapons and arms and armor.
Leather and wood, and it's magical, so it's difficult to harm. So you've 25 crew to deal with, and these 2 captains. Tenacity has Nerium and probably Benny. Bring the 2 captains before her on the deck in irons. She calls Sahn over as well.
Still wearing the hat.
Tenacity reach over, pulls the captain's hat off of Sahn's hat, drops it back on the captain's head. By this point, the Dominate spell is worn off, correct?
Yeah,
After
it
a
only
few minutes.
lasts like a minute.
Okay. But she's in manacles. You've got all the men roped up on the side. Tenacity kneels down in front of her. Says, I don't know what you've heard about pirates of the Northern Sea, but it is our inclination to be merciful. And there are chuckles throughout the Deceit's crew. She reaches forward and places her head on the captain's hat, and flame courses through it as she ignites the woman's hat. The plume sparks and smolders, the cloth burns away, her hair catches fire, and to her credit, it doesn't, like, she lasts about 20 or 30 seconds before she starts screaming. The other man, the fat one, Formbuckle, is just watching, just with terror, pleading uselessly, watching his Commodore burn to death. Functionally, she used something like Hellish Rebuke or something to set her on fire. Unless any of you step in to stop this, that's what happens.
Nope.
Do we got marshmallows?
Wow, that is stone cold.
Benny probably has
Nazirr
his
does
blade
not.
ready to at one of their necks.
I mean, Sahn is waiting for Tenacity to give her the signal to just put a crossbow bolt through the back of this guy's skull.
Yeah, Benny's doing the same.
Nazir's not going to intervene.
Tenacity kneels down in front of the fat man. Regrettably, I don't believe you know very much. It seems like the smarter of the 2 captains has met with an unfortunate end. The fat man, sweating and just horrified out of his mind, shakes his head. No, I don't know anything. I don't know anything. And she looks up and she gives Sahn and Benny the signal.
Yeah, Sahn just.
Benny smites this guy as he slits his throat.
Oh, jeez. I feel like you beat me to it.
So Benny steps in for the throat, and Sahn gets him in the back of the head with a crossbow bolt.
I don't think I need to do anything after Benny does that. Like,
I don't know how much damage that is, but it's 25 total for me.
Yeah, it's a coup de grace. It's enough.
I mean,
Yeah.
hit points don't matter in this situation.
I know, but I rolled all 7s and 8s. I was proud. We'll mark that spell slot off.
He
Yeah,
ain't never gonna-
his sword glows and cuts clean through.
Tenacity stands and watches the crewmen you have tied up. You have about 25 of their crew.
Split across the two ships.
No, she's had them all marched over and lined up along the edge of the deceit.
Mm-hmm.
And she has them lashed together. So their arms are tied, their wrists are tied behind their back. And then she has length of rope linking the whole chain of them together. So they're tied one to the other, to the other, to the other.
Yeah.
She calls down the deceit crew to skin the dead captains down to their skivvies and just throw them overboard. This happens.
Yep.
If you want an extra 10 gold
judge.
for your person, you can go down and take it out of adornment of one of the two captains. Gary finds a nice pin that he likes.
Nerium
Maybe-
sighs and says, "That was a really nice hat."
Maybe I'll take something.
Nazirr,
Yeah.
Tenacity wants you to do is throw this dangle of crewmen overboard while the rest of the crew repairs the mainmast and sails. Once there's one or two of them left alive, send Gary down to cut the dead men free and drag the dying men back up. That's what she wants. Nerium.
Yep.
And Ssah'ra. She wants the flags from the other ships and any. I mean, you're restocking provisions and everything. You're repairing the deceit with their tools and their supplies. She wants the ships scuttled.
Okay.
All right.
Nazirr gets all the fun jobs. She'll settle. She'll do it.
Well, Nazir's job right now is babysitting a bunch of drowning men. Tenacity has nothing but commendation for all hands. That was extremely well done.
Regrettable that they took the mast out so quickly. Could have prevented more damage both for us and them.
Should find a way to reinforce that for the future.
The problem with Southlings is they always show up to a fight holding the biggest stick, and they believe that that's enough. But we've shown them otherwise.
Indeed.
I mean, yeah, she has.
In fact, why would we not let this crew back? Let this crew go back to inform them that their impressions of of us northern pirates are severely lacking.
Give me a persuasion
Make
check.
make them think twice before coming north again.
Give me a persuasion check, Nazirr.
Absolutely. I have a very, very good bonus for this. It's very good. It's the best negative one you've ever seen.
Great.
That's a 9.
A 9? DC's only 10. Do you have anything you want to pump into it?
Unfortunately, I rolled woe for this morning.
Can you use your guidance? Can you use his
I
guidance?
could,
You could guide.
yeah, I could self guidance.
Yeah, if you want.
Do you want to save him that bad?
Oh, that'll get you 10 at least. Oh, it was a 0. Oh, you rolled a 0.
Oh darn, I rolled it. No, okay, that guidance turns into a 14.
Tenacity does not need a lot of persuading. She thinks about it for a second. She addresses the crewmen that are all tied up in this sarcastic, just intimidating tone. What say you, men? Would you like to sail home and deliver the message? And there are fearful voices of assent. She calls Benny over.
They take
That's-
one ship back.
Hi, quartermaster.
You called. Okay, Benny. How many men do you suppose would take to sail a heap like that and she motions over towards the towards the Panther, I guess. Neither ship has really been damaged that much.
Yeah.
Benny gives an honest answer. So how many crew are on the Deceit?
Well, remember, the Deceit runs with a skeleton crew. You guys don't have enough crew to run this Deceit.
Yeah, so they could run it with that.
Okay.
They could run it with 10.
They could run it with 10.
You
and
think
then he's going to say one lower because he's actually pretty upset with all this.
So, yeah, the actual answer is you would need a crew of about 20. They could manage...
He's gonna say 8.
So you're going to say 8.
He's going to say 8.
She looks back at the crewmen that are all tied up. It says 8 men of 25. What's the percentage on that?
A third.
A third.
Yeah.
Because 8 is a third of 24.
Yeah.
So
0.32. 32%.
So that's a 1 out of 3 chance for each of you. She says, those odds are agreeable to me. Good thinking, Nazirr. Send them over. Drag them back up when there are 8 of them alive.
Sahn is going to swim across to the other ship and take a torch and pyrokinetics to all of their siege weapons.
Okay. So yeah,
Benny will help with that.
the ship that you're scuttling, all they had was... The captain wasn't lying. The fat man was telling the truth. They have provisions. They have supplies. You get their colors. And you set to work rebuilding the mainmast.
Nerium's like collecting the flags to bring to Tenacity because she asked for them, and then she pulls up and she looks at the ship with, like, the one that's a ship with flag, and I was like, and she gets real close to the flags on the ship. Do they have ships with flags on them?
There's another little tiny ship with a little tiny flag.
And then she nods her head and says, "There's Melvin Ponce nobles are so goddamn stupid."
And then Nerium makes a saving throw because it's actually a tunnel. It just keeps going forever.
You're just
Trapped
locked
in here
in.
forever.
It's a Homestuck fractal.
It's
No,
a
I'm sorry.
maze.
It's a Homestar Runner fractal.
God.
Let's bring the joke full circle.
There you go. We're
So-
back to 30 minutes before the session. Thanks, everyone.
Nobody's looking to save any of these men. Then we're gonna.
No.
No.
So yeah, Tenacity casts them all into the sea, and I mean they're trying to tread water, but one after another. I mean, once it becomes harder and harder as they drown in the sea, as their strength fails them, and their corpses are still lashed by rope to the men who are trying to survive. So by the time there's only 8 left, they're haggard and exhausted and freezing cold. And then Nazirr and Gary are sent down there to cut them loose and drag them back up.
Yep.
Nerium says, "You guys did it! Congratulations!"
Benny says, "What's the matter? Can't swim? Should try plate mail."
Tenacity asked Benny, "You say 8 men could sail a vessel like that.
Not well.
Could 7.5 do it?"
Depends on where you cut the half, I guess.
She holds up her
legs to sail.
She holds up her hand and, well, she's in a charitable mood. Take a hand, a foot, or an eye from each of these men before you put them back on the ship. Then turn their sails south and send them on their way.
Is this the task that is offered to Benny?
Oh yeah, she's putting Benny to. Well, you're going to be in charge of the task. You'll be able to delegate if you want.
Yeah. Benny is going to say cut off one of their legs because he's going off of pirate stories, and that's literally the only thing he can think of.
Oh, she was going to give each individual man his own choice. Eye, hand, or foot.
Understood.
Yeah.
Sorry. I thought he was making the executive decision.
No,
but Benny will do this.
Benny's
Benny
in
will-
charge of collecting these. Okay.
The limbs.
Yeah. The butcher's
Benny
bill.
will use lay on hands so they don't bleed out,
Okay.
which I think is
But-
even more cruel,
That is extremely cruel.
but it won't hurt.
One of their surviving men is a surgeon. We'll give him that at least.
Yeah.
Then as the day ends, as the now flagless vessel is limping its way south, you've left them with a bare amount of provisions, very little supply, no command, and all ailing terrible wounds.
But they're not bleeding.
They're not bleeding anymore. They all healed 1 hit point.
Okay, and who took the shield that you guys pulled up?
I think
I think
really
Nazirr
wanted
did.
it. Yeah,
I
Nazirr really
would-
wanted that.
Yeah, I would, but I would like to also know what share I'd be giving up for it.
Well, how much did we get in gemstones? Do you remember?
1,400.
14 gems and 100 gold each.
Okay, so 1440 total. We're gonna split that up. So everybody's take 960 gold. Nazirr, you can have that shield for 800. So if you
160 gold and the shield. Okay, yeah, I'll take that.
So you said
Wait, what was-
960? Sorry.
960 in gold is everybody's take.
Got it.
And it's a pleasant experience on the sea. Sometimes the treasure comes to you.
Hey, there's another
Okay.
suit plate mail. We can replace the first one.
Okay. That encounter was not supposed to take the entire session, but there's just not an efficient way to run ship combat using
There's not.
the rules.
You do the best you can. I think it went fine.
I've tried to make it work in Spelljammer. We tried to make it. I think the rules are just not great for ship combat.
To be
No.
fair, you made that take a lot longer than it would have by knocking out our sails.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
you
but
wrote this on
like
yourself.
that's
to be fair.
that's what they should do if they don't want you.
Yeah.
If they think they've got you outgunned and they don't want you to flee, like that's what
Well,
they're
why do they
supposed
keep approaching
to
us?
do.
We
Well,
thought we were gonna flee.
the one ship was gonna ram you, and yeah, they thought they had you severely outgunned. They didn't know they were up against a whole bunch of magic. So yeah, you still want to run the encounter like in an intelligent way. But like short of actually having a battle map that has 1,000-foot worth of squares or hexes on it, I don't know how you're. Because
Yeah.
all the siege weapon rules, all the mangonels and ballistas are way outside the effective range of any actual hero stuff. You got to get within
Yeah.
like 60 or at least 120 feet.
I also
Yeah.
feel like they hit way too often. Like,
Yeah, the AC on everything's like 12.
yeah, like
Mm.
hitting something with a mangonel stone from 800 feet
Mhm.
feels like it should happen like maybe one every like 20 times.
No, it's
I
more.
could-
He'll more
I
often than
couldn't
that.
do that.
Mangonels roll at what, a +6 to hit, I think.
+5.
You've got decent-ish odds to hit. Most parts of a ship are either like AC 15 or so.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking in terms of range. Like, you're 800 feet away, and you're trying to hit something that's 20 feet wide. Like, you have very narrow trajectory to like actually hit that.
I mean, in the real world, it takes 30 or 40 seconds to load a crossbow. I don't know what you want from these rule sets.
Oh, that's fair. We've got Sahn.
So yeah, they had a hold filled with treasure. They had a magic item, and so they had some success.
Well, they met their match.
But it does feel like essentially the Southlings have jumped the gun. They've been the word they've heard is that Legrado is running things up in the Pirate Kingdom.
And that concerns
Lol.
us.
Okay,
No, it's been 3 weeks since we left the Covnos, so like,
it's been
Who knows?
quite a while.
yeah. Oh, so we're actually like, where'd the ship token go?
So that encounter happened, like I hear, at
There.
the Salt Sea, and then you finish your voyage. It takes a couple of extra days, so you've got to repair the mainmast.
Yeah.
And so you've
Is-
sent 8 maimed men limping back to the Southlands.
I mean, to be fair, they don't gotta drive that far to get there.
Yeah, it's just a few days.
Well, these are
Is
It's just
these
Is
are
this period right here a week that we can train?
we've already resolved all that. We
Okay,
resolved
cool.
that first, and then I dropped the encounter in the middle. These are outlying colonies. They may or may not find a lot of help out here, depending on what they might be better off sailing to the Freeport instead, and cutting their losses with Southling nonsense.
Well, we're also assuming they can actually sail with that few people, and that may not be possible, so they may end up lost at sea.
I mean, they have a ship, so that's great. Like, they could roll up in a Freeport if they could convince 10 other people to come aboard. Now they've got a pirate ship they can do something with.
yep.
So they're not down for the count, but
They have a pirate ship and a grudge.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, though. If they see the Deceit's flag again, they're not going to sail towards it.
Should hope not.
That's for damn
I mean,
sure.
when you have a skull and Flumph and whatever.
Oh, I'm fully expecting them to be like that friggin' kobold, and they're just gonna come back with like a wizard on deck next time.
No, I think isn't the deceased colors the eyes on the sails?
Yeah, black eyes on gray sails.
I mean, it's
Yep.
on Benny's back, whatever it is.
Yeah, like those poor guys. As soon as if Benny's not speaking up for somebody, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Comes to this
Game
party.
over, dude. Right? Like,
Because Nazirr cares in so much as Benny does, and the Sahn abstains, and Ssah'ra and Nerium have negative care.
Sahn's not lawful neutral. He would be against executing all of them, but some of them, sure.
hey, and that's exactly what we did. So, you know.
Yep.
No, I mean, Benny's idea here is very clear. Like, you threaten Nazirr, you're laying down your life.
So I think before this campaign is over, I want to take one more swing at ship-to-ship combat. But I think what I'll do is I'll adapt rules out of a different game for it.
Yeah.
Like I've got the 7th Sea Core rulebook. That must have excellent rules
Yeah,
for
that's what I was
ship-to-ship
gonna
combat.
So you ran this. So you ran this according to 5e.
Yeah, this
Rules
was
for
this
this
was
one?
ship rules out of
Spelljammer.
Ghosts of Saltmarsh, which is what I've been using.
Ah.
Spelljammer rules are basically the same as that. It's just
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
it's just hard to model combat in an interesting way with multiple players. Like if one person was controlling the ship, one person is controlling the opposition, that could be fun for those two people, and then everybody else just kind of sits there. But
I mean, to me, it's just like there's a lot of rolling.
yeah, that too.
It's just
A
like
lot of missing.
yeah, it's just the long range encounter. There's just if you don't go through turns incredibly quickly, they take forever.
And
I mean, to be fair, this does model pretty well of how it works in like Sea of Thieves, because sure that's a skill based game where you're not really relying on dice, but you're relying on your own skill. But still, it's shot, and then whoever can get in close first can really make a mess depending on what they're doing.
I mean, the last time I ran Sea Combat, basically what I did was we abstracted it to it'll take this number of rounds to close, and so make this number of attacks, and they'll make this number of attacks, and then and just rolled against. Of course, they weren't trying to take the other ship. It was everybody trying to sink the other side. So that probably complicates things a little bit. But
yeah, you do have to abstract something. Like something has to give. You can't model both the time and the space involved. I don't even even if I did load a table up that had hundreds of feet worth of hexes, so that the distances were all accurate down to 5 feet, like we're used to.
That's extraneous, really, at that point.
I think you could probably get away with 20-foot hexes.
I would say even 50.
Because a boat, yeah, you could say a boat, if a single person takes up a 5-foot square to have enough room to, like they're maneuvering in a turn, a 50-foot square wouldn't be that bad.
So I don't actually have time to start the next awesome spider encounter that I have planned. So you guys are off the hook as far as spiders go. This
Oh, thank
But
goodness.
next week is the Spider Town population U.
next week is Spider Town.
Underwater Spider Town.
Underwater Spider Town. Beautiful.
That's even worse.
There you go. That's a title. That's an episode title right there.
They're not their spiders. Already awarded gold. You guys want to think about some blips?
I have mine.
Yeah.
Me too.
I have mine too.
Okay, well, why don't you think about them for 2 minutes so I can step away and urinate?
Who was the most creative today?
I
I'll go
mean,
for the
both of
water
you did.
elemental.
Both of you did elementals. They were both super useful.
I mean, that would if that would have to go to Nazirr because he's the one. Yeah,
Yeah, Nazirr started it, and someone was like, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea."
those
So-
elementals basically soloed those.
So one was my 4th level slot, and the other was a consumed magic item. So we won't be able to repeat that unless I can get the materials to cast the conjure elemental spell.
Which is 5th.
5th level, yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't
what
that one
is-
take 10 minutes to cast?
Let me see.
We'll worry about that later.
Yeah. What about
Let's do lips here.
that was creative, so it was badass.
Who for the party's goals most today?
I mean, we all did. we
I'm
took
gonna
over
give
both
that one to
ships.
Benny for negotiating with the pirates on the ship.
Did he negotiate?
Did I do that?
You negotiated more than anyone else did.
How did he
Yeah.
negotiate exactly?
He's the well, actually, that was Nazirr, wasn't it?
No, that was
It's not really
No,
like I think
nobody
it was. I was
really
thinking more of
negotiated. Yeah.
stopping the combat than the keeping them alive afterwards.
that was Nerium.
That was really Nerium. Nerium is
Okay.
the one who blew her choker to.
That works for me.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Nerium item crashes the captain.
Who was a badass. I mean, stealth camo Sahn is pretty freaking scary.
I'm just gonna write that. Stealth
Stealth
camo
flying-
Sahn.
Flying
Yeah, there you
snake
go.
of death.
Well, I enjoyed that we had gone back and forth a little bit. Well, you can teleport. I'm like, well, actually, she can't because you won't be able to see me. I'm just gonna swim. Once I have haste, I can swim.
You can swim really fucking fast.
180.
All right.
I
Unfortunately,
want to give in.
I'm all out of blips. I don't have any blips this week, so we're gonna settle for blaps.
Okay.
Lots of-
Oh,
Do I get
those are
EXPs
knockoff
instead of blips?
So who wants some blaps?
I'll
What's an
go.
EXP?
Sure. I can go.
I heard Benny first.
Alignment neutral, good. Go buy the book. If that doesn't work, go with your heart. For diving overboard to board one of the ships.
Mhm.
Ideal. I'm taking Jenny's. The one who ain't laughing is the butt of the joke for executing the second captain.
Wow, we're calling that a joke.
Yeah. He
Dude,
is
the
a
joke
joke.
was
Everything about him was a joke.
Was it funny?
He wasn't laughing, so
Miriam
it
thought it
fulfills
was
the
funny.
criteria.
Would it have been funnier if in that cutscene everybody was naked?
Yes.
No, that's Baldur's Gate 3.
Right.
Flaw, do it for him for starting off the proceedings by warding bonding Nazirr.
All right.
Joke's on you. You assume Nerium's not naked.
I think I heard.
Nazirr didn't take any damage at all during
I
the
can go.
whole situation.
What is
Yeah,
Ssah'ra-
but you could have.
What does Ssah'ra have for me?
Ssah'ra has alignment neutral evil by any means necessary. That would be jumping across the ocean to land on a ship, demand surrender, and then killing two people.
Yeah, pretty good.
For ideal, the yuan-ti Empire must rise from the ashes. That would be then jumping to the second ship to try and take it, because two booties are better than one for the yuan-ti Empire.
So you were going to challenge Tenacity to claim one of these ships for the Empire.
She
Yeah, where do
doesn't want to get hit with the circle of death.
That's
Where would you send that back to?
fair.
And then Flaw's going to take the chains. Everyone is guilty of something for not lifting a finger to save any of the pirates from the other ships.
No, they were definitely guilty of something.
They attacked us.
They were jerks.
They were guilty of poor judgment.
That's just bad pirating when it comes right down to it. Just real sloppy pirating.
Yeah, just ignorance.
You don't make it if you're a bad pirate. We're bad pirates. How have we made it this
They're probably great pirates. Just you all have a lot of magic. Like a lot
Well, to be
of
fair,
magic.
You could argue that they walked into a new area without knowing anything about the people that pirate the seas around here.
Mm-hmm.
Like any pirate in this that was from this northern area would probably know that if
That's
you
a
roll
really
up
good
on
pirates.
you roll up on the deceit, you better come correctly because
Yes.
better
That's
come
not
back.
miss.
Yeah.
I'm at the
better
king.
not-
You best not miss.
Did I hear
You better
Nazirr
run
in there?
Druid with the 9th level control weather to send a tsunami at them, because that's the only way it's going to go down.
Nazirr, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I can go next. I have my alignment neutral evil. Everything is expendable if Benedict is in danger for chasing after Benedict for pretty much this whole thing.
No, was Benedict ever in danger in that whole encounter?
Honestly, once he went up on the ship by his lonesome, yeah.
Then he was on the warpath. Like that's gonna get him in trouble.
I think if I
Yeah.
hadn't been abstracting the crewmen and I had just been using the thug stat block straight ahead, I think Benny would have been in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
What's there to hit? My AC was 23.
+5 to hit.
Okay, so you got to roll an 18.
But the way I was running it, I was activating 4 crewmen at a time. So
Yeah.
the thugs had 10 hit points, basically 10 hit points, and 1 attack. If I was running the stat blocks clean, they'd have 32 hit points each and get multi-attack. So,
That's so many thugs. That would just drag everything out.
but I think I would have got you in the end.
I think that would have been pretty bad.
Yeah, Benny wasn't alone over there though.
So Benny was in danger. And then Ssah'ra showed up.
And slipped in the grease and fell off and died.
I think 25 thugs and a veteran quartermaster, and then the gladiator is the captain. Well, that captain wasn't going to fight you. That captain was Chicken Boy.
Do we get any XP for that?
What else does the Nazirr have?
Nazirr has his flaw. Everything would just be so much nicer if they listened to me. For just like if everything would have been much nicer for these guys if Tenacity had actually listened to Nazirr. It's like this crew can let these people go back and then
Spread the word.
Yeah, and except Tenacity took it and was like, "Yeah, let's run with that."
So you're claiming just the two?
I do have Queen Aya's ideal. Take what's worth taking, keep what's worth keeping for supervising the keel hauling of let's see, it's 825 minus 8 is 13 men.
Yeah. I think the keel haul them.
17.
You actually have to drag them under the ship. Isn't that keel hauling?
Drag them under the it's just the name wasn't, the word wasn't coming to mind, so I went with the first thing.
That happens eventually, right? Like
Supervised drowning
they
of
drag
17
each other
men.
down.
17 men.
Well, the idea of keel hauling is you have ropes to one side of the ship and the other. You drag them underneath the keel of the ship.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, the one Stars show, the pirate show on Stars did keel hauling. It was it's pretty bad.
Oh,
I don't think I've seen a good keel hauling scene. I might have to look that up. Sahn, do you want to go next?
Sure. I've got Serenity's alignment, always act in the face of oppression for assenting to the execution of the incompetent and hated captain.
Okay.
I've got Ideal, exceed all expectations for I leap off the ship.
Yeah.
And I've got Flaw, individuals are expendable, only the whole must survive for dunking the sphere.
Doing a layup with 4 guys inside of it.
Pick it up, twirl it like a basketball, dunk it off the side.
Nerium, that was my last blap. Now I'm down just to blups. You want some blups?
Sure. I got the Choker's alignment. Serve me, love me, obey me, and I shall be thy slave, for item crashing the captain and then using her as a comfy chair.
Yeah. She would have fought you to the death if you hadn't done that. She would have died before giving up her ship.
Right. Instead we got to watch her burn to death.
Mm-hmm.
Then I've got my ideal rule 17, confidence is key. My response to the request for surrender.
Which I don't have the thing here anymore. Hold on. Just to remind everyone what that response was.
Oh, not in the it's not in the box anymore.
Well, I've deleted the box.
Oh, okay.
You
should just save that and throw it in the box.
When I have updated the map, it got deleted. There we go. Beautiful.
Gorgeous. Thank you, Mott.
It is perfect in every way.
I love the mangonel stone flying off the back of the boat.
And I'm taking my flaw, rule 9. There's no situation you cannot get out of without a bigger lie. For invising Sahn before he went full stupid on that poor ship.
Yeah, it was just Full Metal Jacket over there. You took what, 3 turns in one?
Yeah. Plus an action surge.
Who had the most creative solution to a problem this session?
It was Nazirr with water elementals.
Yeah.
I thought you got excellent use out of all 3 of those elementals. Who did the most to further the party's goals?
Nerium for delivering the message.
Nerium? Okay.
I captured the
for item crashing the opposing captain.
Or capturing the captain.
Who was the badass?
We wrote stealth camo Sahn.
And who was intangible this week?
Blank. We didn't get there.
Oh, okay.
Nerium, what did you? What did you have, Treble, for intangibles?
Benny for I was gonna say Benny for just not being a what's your alignment?
For not being a
Neutral
pansy?
good.
Yeah.
What's your alignment?
Neutral good.
You were not very good this week, Benny.
No,
I don't
that's
know. I
because
think
he's a pirate first.
I mean, I don't think that a bunch of people that are going to come up on you and kill you, like,
I'm sorry
not
that
being
I
nice
was.
to them isn't not good.
I'm sorry that I
Ssah'ra
wasn't
is
willing to let like 30 people kill me and everyone I loved.
Listen, Ssah'ra is enjoying the slow corruption of Benny.
I don't think it says corruption or slow.
To be
fair.
clear, Midge and Ronald
Skipping
and
this.
all the other good aligned members of the crew, they didn't speak up either. They thought they got what was coming to them.
Yeah.
Benny's starting
No.
to figure this out.
It's not neutral stupid.
Yeah. Benny's starting to figure this out. He'll take the flip.
Okay. Yeah, because Midge
Oh,
and Ronald, I think,
no.
are both lawful good.
Mott drew
What?
another one of Dolphin,
God.
Nazirr, and Nerium riding him.
All right, so blips are currently worth 466. That's 466 each. Nazirr, you have 4 and earned 4, so you're rolling over 2. Sahn, you have 4 and earned 4, so you're rolling over 2. Benny has 6 and earned 4. You're rolling over all 4.
Yes, sir.
Nerium has 3 and earned 4, so you're rolling over 1. Ssah'ra had 4 and earned 3, so you're rolling over 1. And then everyone can come in next week with 6. I got more spiders.
Did we
for
get
you.
EXP at all, or
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I gave you credit for...
I probably have to cash mine all in to make the next level. So
Not a lot of XP, but I gave you credit for the 2 quartermasters you brought down. So everybody gets 140 experience for the 2 enemies who were worth experience.
We were actually at an XP value.
Yeah, I didn't...
140.
The crewmen you guys were taking down left and right were basically just mooks, so...
Yeah.
They were
what
part
are
of
blips worth right now?
466.
466.
You know what? Actually, let me hold on. That doesn't seem fair now that I'm saying it out loud. Give me 2 seconds to find a comparable monster here.
They're worth 10.
So, I'm going to recalculate your XP. So, I'm going to give everybody an additional 580 experience. No, more than that. I can't... You guys brought down 2 ships, not 1. I'm going to give everybody an additional 1,160 experience. That's going to model taking down the 2 ships. I think one of these ships is around... I'm calling it a CR7 monster.
Yeah, okay. If I cash all of those in, I can go to the next level. So I'm going to go to 0.
I might be able to too.
Come in with 0.
How many? I'm at what, 27 AP on the chain?
Yeah, let's do a quick rundown. I've got you at 27 on the chain, 43 for Nerium on the choker, 38 for Benny on the boots. Nazirr, I've got you at 5 on the stud, which you've just started on.
I have
Yeah.
I have me at 44 for the choker.
You know, I didn't credit you for using all those charges to dominate, I don't think.
Yeah, okay.
There you go. Now that's
I'm sorry,
all-
how many points did I earn?
How many points
How
did
many
you
AP?
I-
AP, sorry.
I
I'm
don't...
coming into next session with 0 blips because I'm leveling up too.
They're blups. They're not blips.
Okay.
I don't have any, so it doesn't matter.
I'm gonna burn all my bloops,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll be level 8 as well.
Unless blups are worth more.
You guys realize that I'm sending you into a hardcore spider encounter for next session.
Yeah, I'd rather
Yeah.
I'd rather be level 8.
Yeah,
than
alright.
this.
I'd rather have wild shape flight.
I'm pretty okay with +2 to everything.
So coming into
Oh, and a new spell.
this spider encounter, this hardcore spider encounter I've got planned, because we know Ssah'ra's not spending any blips, so it's all on Nerium to spend
listen,
blips.
Listen, Ssah'ra is going to come in with 4 so that she can get her chain to 30 AP.
So you're gonna spend 2 blips right now to bring the chain up to 30.
Yeah, the one that rolled over, and then 2 more to go from 27 to 30.
Gotcha. Okay. So for Ssah'ra next week, I'm sorry, bear with me just a moment. What you need to answer for me for next week is what is a thematically appropriate once per long rest ability you would trade all other functionality of the chain to use. So you're going to design the chain's item crash and get back to me.
Okay. Is an iron golem out of scope?
It's a what?
Is an iron golem out of scope?
Probably. Iron golems are real tough. I mean, eventually, the third AP is unleashing the Atma, which is kind of the summon spell version, if you're going to go all the way to 60. So, yeah. Sorry, the ship combat is real jank. I think we did the best we could with it. Everybody got some treasure.
Well.
And we got spiders for next week. Thanks so much for playing, guys. I'll see everybody next Sunday.
Cheers.
Later.